right here, hey, for all the people I sent the link, right? This at the 6:30 class. The other class started at 6:30. But if you see me on live and try to call me, my nigga, that's fucked up, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? So I think us as a species, earthling, you're earthling, right? All right, you white, black, yellow, green, orange, whatever color you are earthling. You know what I'm saying? Some of us are more guys. There you go. Stronger DNA than. Hey, Rob, about 15. I think we yeah, I sent you the link earlier. I think I don't know, man. I see it right here. I sent it to you. Maybe it's something going on with it or something. Hey, we live, we lit. Hold on, let me make sure we live on YouTube real quick. Hey, Rob, about 15. Damn, I can't hear nothing. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah. Look, I sent you the link. It's that same. I just copied it out your thing and resent it to you. I don't know if
I tried to come in. Hadn't even started yet. I tried to come in at 7:30.
Oh yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah, I was like 4 minutes late. I just opened it up at 6:34. That's what it was.
Okay.
That's what it was. Hold on, let me make sure everything's set up. Yeah, I had to get in touch with Shu, man. He called me every time while I'm live. I know he see me online. Hold up. I gotta make sure everything's going on YouTube real quick.
All right. I'm swapping out give me a minute. I'll be on.
Wait. A minute. Go ahead, man. Shit. So I got me some damn paper towels. Yeah, man, that this one right here about to be lit too. Let me make sure everything's set up. Got my water. Look, make sure everything's set up nice and neat here. This one right here is gonna be lit. I told y'all, just get tuned in. We're about to get ready to unleash the Kraken again, man. You know what I'm saying? Hold up, let me make sure I got the right thumbnail up enough for you guys. Okay, that ain't it. Where is it? Okay, I might have to just use that one then. Okay, boom, say that joint. Yeah, the title of this class is Let Us Go Down and Unconfuse their tongue. Since we went down back in the day and we came to confuse your tongue, we coming to unconfuse it now. Get them joints. Just give us a second to get set up here, man. Making sure everything go on YouTube. Y'all with us, huh? On YouTube. Making sure everybody up in that joint. I know we had a couple cats tuned in for the I'm about to what I gotta do now is share it on Facebook so people can come in on the channel, man, and get in this joint, man. I don't like how these movies be playing. You know, I hate that Malcolm X got killed like that, man. And it was like he was in a rock and a hard spot, you know. The way Elijah Muhammad was, you know, in the 48 laws of power, it say you shouldn't outshine the master. And so Malcolm X was outshining the master, man. You know what I'm saying? And that ultimately, and the FBI knew, they knew, the Alphabet Boys knew that them people were plotting to kill that brother. But what it really was, it was black devils, man. Because Elijah Muhammad told them, don't do it. Don't lay a hand on them. But the other cats that man say he got to go, you know, they want to get rid of the brother. So while 15 getting ready, man, we just gonna holler at you for a second. I'm gonna make sure I got everything. Just give us a second before we get started in a minute, man. Give people time to come in this joint. Make sure I share it on YouTube. Oh, yeah, okay. Might go check that mail, man, because I'm supposed to be getting a couple books in the mail. And two, I'm supposed to be getting my new card, man, because the other one, somebody tried to hack it. And we had to shut that one down, man. So we got 19 people in this joint right now, man. What y'all talk about in the chat, man? About to get lit. Hey, Rob by Regina, Rob by the brother to the brother Sunrise, brother Jonathan Strong, Rob by Olivia Matt K. I think I'm saying that right. So Rob by, it's y'all in the building. We about to be live, about to be lit. You know what I'm saying? About to be live, about to be lit. Know we got that coconut water on deck, about to get ready to get down off to that in a minute. You know what I'm saying? Let me send it to Shu again. Hold on, let me share this on Facebook real quick because I got Shu tried to call me, man. I wonder why he tried to call me while I'm on live. Let me make sure that Shu got the guy. I think I sent him the link though. I think I sent Shu the link. Hold on, let me make sure. Let me send it to him again, man. Maybe today, because they be fucking with my shit, man, trying to block me and shit. So hopefully he got this one, man, because maybe they block him. Sometimes they don't even let my message go through. When I be trying to text Lifeway, and it's like it's like I don't know, something be wrong with it. So sometimes it go through, sometimes it don't. Like I text him today, it wouldn't even let me text him. So I was like, what the hell is going on, bro, with this joint? But they blocking my like they blocking my messages and shit. You know what I'm saying? The first time I tried to text Lifeway, it blocked it. So I was like, what the fuck? And then I don't know if it went through or not. Then like 20 minutes, I tried the same message, then it went through. Then he responded. Then it's like, man, I don't know, bro. It's like I mean, I need to get a new phone or something, because maybe this phone burnt out now. You know what I'm saying? Maybe this phone burnt out now, man. So we live, we lit, man. We about to get started in a minute. We just giving a couple more elders time to come in. I'm sharing it on Facebook right now. Got that green water, that chlorophyll. Know we got that chlorophyll, man. You know what I'm saying? We drink like about one of these a day and two of these coconut waters a day. That's sometimes we drink maybe two. I drink one of these green ones, and then I drink like one regular. So it's almost like a gallon of water a day we drink, even when it's cool outside. We got a big storm coming, man. We just got hit with a solar flare last night, and they knocked the power off, man. We told you it's the return of the gods. We had to go down and come down and unconfuse the tongues. Hold on, let me send some more links out real quick. All right, Shu, if you listening, man, I just sent you the link again. So I don't know, man, what's going on. I don't know if he got it or not, because he be trying to call me on live. I don't know what's going on with it. Hey, let me see. Hey, what the hell is this shit? This shit is crazy. Yeah, this shit's crazy, sir. The fuck is this? Man, y'all see it? Look, I'm gonna show y'all this shit, man. Look at this shit, man. The fuck is this shit, man? Y'all see this shit, man? What the hell is it? It's a fish eating a water, two fish eating a water moccasin or something. Oh, hold up. Let me send all these links out, man. Hold up, just a second. Okay. Live right now. Hey, y'all, just give us a second, man. Everybody get this shit cracking in a minute, man. We right there. I already sent it to Raziel already. Yeah, man, we ain't letting them infiltrators no more, man. They've been trying to infiltrate us. We don't know if they're the alphabet boys or what, man, but it ain't that easy no more, man. They hoping that we set up some land or militarized niggas or something. I don't know what they thinking we're gonna do, but we ain't into all it, man. We already saw that didn't work. Militarizing niggas don't work, huh?
We ain't into letting no more niggas sabotage the divine game plan.
Yeah, that's it, man.
It's too many egotistical, selfish-minded people will sabotage your whole game plan to bring peace to your people, and then you realize why they kept replenishing the planet back in the day.
Right.
Everybody ain't gonna make it because everybody ain't intelligent enough to listen.
That's right.
To reason. Everybody want to be the leader, but don't have quality skills to lead.
That's right.
You got to be endowed with a certain type of spirit to be a leader, man.
That's right.
You really do. Or you're just gonna be a taker. You know. So we was talking about the other night. I want to go ahead and real quick and get this meaning out of my name.
Go ahead,
There's a
man.
brother asking me to break it down. Kobesunuf or Kabasana or Kabasanu. You know what the Ka means. The Ka is the spirit, it's the vital energy of the body, and then the Ba is the soul. And then the Sa is the protector. So I'm the protector of the vital body and the soul. And I replenish the vital body and the soul with the Nu, which is Kaba Sa Nu. And the F is the horned viper. So I remember I told y'all about the snake that got the eyelids that raise up like horns. And he can't close his eyes because his eyes stay wide open all the time. So that's a protector snake. The viper is also one of the snakes on the striped hood that the pharaohs used to wear along with the cobra, because the cobra and the viper were two snakes that could potentially harm humans. The rest of the snakes, they stayed to themselves, but the viper and the cobra were the images of protection and power. Okay, so like the 15th elder, Raziel represents the protector of El. Okay, so I'm a protector El. And to address anybody that thinks that we're lying or bullshitting about what we're talking about, we break it down pretty thoroughly. We're not into no mythology about God. We're not into that. We tell you plenty of times that in ancient Egypt, ancient Kemet, ancient Tamaray, we were physicians, we were scientists, we were chemists, we were builders, masons, we were, we came together, cultivated the land. We had knowledge of how to take care of civilizations, how to build civilizations, how to start civilizations. That's why we're not civilized people. We're the civilizers.
That's right.
Okay? So I'm supposed to represent the sun at 3 p.m. in the western sky. The sun at 3 p.m. in the western sky is 1500. Okay. Once again, 15 is there. So once again, I'm the 15th L, which is probably the 15th or arc degree of the sun crossing the sky. We know the sun doesn't really cross the sky. The planet is spinning, and at that particular degree of the planet's turn, you will see the sun at 3 p.m. That would be a representation of me, or a representation of when my sunlight photon particle entered into Earth's ozone or atmosphere, stratosphere, whatnot, before I landed and had to come into existence through the physical. All right. So I want people to get this clear. I'm not pulling your leg when I tell you I am Quebecinu. I am. Most people be like, oh, but I thought, I don't care what you thought about Quebecinu. I am he. Most people be, oh, well, you know, Baba got in trouble for, Baba didn't get in no trouble. Baba was going up against people that couldn't possibly fathom what he was talking about.
Yeah, that's right.
Now you got a lot of beings here like us who were born to be able to get this, process this information. That's why I'm always telling people, you know, I'm a closely associated being to Horus, because I'm the falcon-headed deity or El that's out of the 4 sons of Horus that do represent the 4 cardinal points of the sun, or 4 winds, as you might say. Okay, 4 winds. Then they got the 4 gospels, and 4, 4, and 4 horsemen, 4 this, 4 that. They always using the number, and then they got all of these narratives out there to confuse people. So you get people saying, you know, you can't be all them people. You got to just pick one. Nah, I picked one. It's just that all of those beings that you learned about are one. And we go through reincarnation periods or regeneration periods, because there's no such thing as death. Okay? Death is a word described to use a transition. It's transitional. I'm sorry. What's up, young elder?
Oh no, I ain't muted out. Not to my like something going on with the dang phone while I can't see the chat. I'm trying to get the chat loaded. Look, my bad.
Okay. Yeah, death is a transition. Okay, it's not something that how you could say. It's not something that is tangible as touching a tree or a flower. It's a transition. It's a movement. So you move out of the body, go back into the quantum field through this transition called death. All right, which is why they call dead, and deed are like the same word. Once the deed is done, you can move on. So the L's have come into bodies and done several deeds at different turning points of the planet as it moves around the sun. I'm not going to qualify time as something that I live off of. I don't live off of time. I do things as that my spirit tells me to do them. Okay? So if you got anybody out there that's confused about what a God is an L, and the L is part of the elements. The elements is Eli or Ella or Allah, ment. Ment is mind. It's the mental. Okay? So the air is the what? It's where the elements usually are and where they're produced from. They come down through the air to give you water, to give you earth, to give you the wind, and to give you the fire. You need air for all of that. Most people don't take that in consideration. A lot of things accumulate over time because the air is pushing them together into accumulation and bonding. It's a lot of bonding processes that elements and molecules and atoms and ions and other forms of energy go through. We can go on and on about this energy thing, but I want people to start doing their due diligence and doing some scientific study. We're doing all this mythological study and this religious study. Start studying some daggone science so you can understand what you've been missing your whole life. And then when you get done studying the science, you're going to stop arguing with people, because you're going to realize most of these niggas don't know nothing anyway. I feel like Roger Mayweather sometimes. Most of you niggas don't know shit about God. Roger would say most of you niggas don't know shit about boxing. And he's right. Okay? Do some studying. Quit getting upset and mad because I call myself Quebecinu, because I am. Don't get mad at me because I know that I'm Quebecinu. Don't get mad at me because I know that there's a connection between Quebecinu and the 15th elder Raziel. Raziel is a Jewish mysticism part, a culture that took on some teachings. So, of course, they got different names for us from ancient Kemet. But the real deities, the gods or elves that existed came out of ancient Kemet. So I don't know what people are confused about. Those are the only gods for real. You better find out which one you are from ancient Kemet or ancient Tamaray and quit trying to be everything else is what I say. I had to make that connection. You got to do, you got to crack the code. Things are encoded in your DNA to figure out. There's a reason why at a certain point in my life, going through traumatic experiences, I was able to start reading words from right to left very easily. And then over here in the West, in the English language, they tell you that you're dyslexic as if you're going against the law. Well, no, I'm not. I see things from right to left, and I can see them from left to right. I can also read them upside down. I can see them right side up, and I can also see them mirrored. I can see them spinning. Letters spin, okay? In my brain, I don't see things the way everybody else sees them. So when you come at me talking about some, what is this and what is that, you're getting ready to get an answer that you probably can't comprehend yet until you rise higher and revitalize your spiritual content. Talking to me long enough, you'll be able to do that. Talking to most of the elders, you'll be able to do that. You'll be able to find yourself using what I labeled as, or what was given to me by the essence, my higher essence, right? It was given to me to say, call it Circumology. Because what goes around comes around. And if we were ancient elves in the past, we are soon to be ancient elves reincarnated in the future. Now we're here again to explain what goes around comes around, plays on all levels, just like magnetism. Now teach about magnetism. Magnetism is what influence is. It is what manipulation is. It is what magic is. It is what science is. Magnetism and electromagnetism. Those things control and bond and push everything around you. The wind is nothing but static electricity. So it helps with all these electrically charged ions and atoms, molecules and stuff flowing inside the wind itself. And then the sun is giving everything charge so that it can vibrate, right? Because you know, vibration and friction is what causes heat in the first place. So we're moving around and you breathe this in through your nostrils, through your nose, okay? Your nose is right there where all the information on the outside of you is going into the inside of you for your brain as a brain computer to process. No, I didn't learn that from no daggone book, and no, I didn't learn that in science class in school. It's something that awoke in me from going through traumatic experiences on my spiritual journey, which is on the revitalization of my ka, okay? My ka. You got a ka and a ba, and realize this in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs that the sa means protector. Nu is the waters of Nu. That's why they say he who replenishes his brothers. I replenish my brothers with spirit and soul. You see, a lot of people don't understand what a soul and a spirit is. The ba was looked at as the bird, right? The bird body with the human head and the afro flying out of the chest of the human being that had passed on. And why? Because the bird is an animal that can go in the water, be on land, and take to the sky. A master of three. You see? So in order for you to ascend, you have to be a master of three different types of zones, three different types of existence, okay? Three different worlds: water world, earth world, air world. But each one of them are connected, and the bird takes flight through them all. The bird takes a dive in the water so he can get him a fish. The bird also can dig down in the mud to get him something, a mud skipper or something on the ground. The bird, the buzzards are the ones that hover over the dead bodies. When you land in the desert about to die, a buzzard will be up there waiting on your ass to die so they can help you get over to the other side. They have to consume your body parts. That's why they say I was one that protected the intestines or harvested the intestines, because your body or spirit in the afterlife, you want to still make contact with your physical body. We had formerly believed that you were able to take certain organs with you, but the heart had to stay in the chest because the heart had to be weighed, and the heart was led to believe that that's where the soul house was, the house for the soul was. So just do your studying, man. You know, quit studying the art of arguing. Quit studying that. And then you'll understand how to learn some things. You know, and that's not for the brother that asked me to break down what Kabesanu meant from the Circumology standpoint. I just wanted to make sure I made it clear to the other people, the naysayers. You know, you can say no all you want to, but it ain't going to stop us. It's not going to matter. We still have a job to do here. We still have a duty to raise up people's intelligence to a certain level of overstanding. Overstanding. You can't get over your standing and lift off the ground and you flying. The bird's eye view is the best view. The bird sees everything coming and going the same way the clouds do. The birds give you the eye view of the clouds as they fly way above landmass, and they can see like from a map view, right? And then from that map view, you have a key on the map, right? And the first two letters of Kabesanu is key. So I come giving you keys so that you can find your way around and navigate without somebody telling you what to do. There's symbols on a map that represent things that you need a key to know what those symbols represent. So that's why we're here. I don't give a daggone if somebody got 1 million followers and they don't understand what we're talking about. You're just scared that somebody's going to stop following you and they're going to start following what we talking about. We're not trying to take no money from nobody. Make your money. Do whatever you got to do to pay your bills, but don't blame us for it. I'm going to yield the mic right there. Go ahead, big brother.
It's people out here that's confused because of the language. Like my like if you want to go, and I hate to have to go back and use the Bible to explain this shit, but it's still people that's still in the Bible. And so I just say it like this. Hey, shout out 12. 12L in the building. I think I just
shout out, big brother.
I think brother Pat. Hold on just a second. Man, hold on. My wife about to ready to go to the store. I gotta tell her something. Damn, hold up. Just 1 second.
It's all good. I'll carry it. So go ahead, big brother. Roll back.
Hey, roll back. Go ahead, bro.
I was just breaking down the languages, you know, from the ancient language and how, you know, we use symbols. We spoke in consonants. We didn't really have a need for the vowels. It's not that we neglected vowels, but vowels were used to pronounce the tones of the consonants. So here you do have today where people are getting everything confused because the English language has been injected into the ancient language dialect just to translate the ancient language to people that have been so far gone from it so they can see an example. And everybody gets caught up in that, you know. Young elders had talked to me earlier today, and he said some sister was out there trying to get on anybody that's calling themselves a particular being from the past and trying to tell us to stop doing that. Like, you don't have the authority to tell nobody to stop searching for themselves. That's what I want to say. I just want to let them people know that. I don't give a damn what you call yourself in today. You could call yourself Kabesanu too, but you ain't going to be me. That's the whole difference. You're not going to be me. So you can call yourself Kabesanu. You can call yourself Sobek. You can call yourself Haru, Amun, Atun, Atum. You can call yourself all those things, and we'll just take it as an admiration and honor. Okay? But if you're going to be these beings, then you better do your work. Because if you're not doing your work, you're going to get ate alive by people that don't want you to glow. I don't shine, I glow. I emit light. So what I'm speaking as ether that comes out of my body is an admittance of light, not admittance, but emit, okay? And y'all know Amit was also one of the deities that devoured the heart. Beings that have hearts that are too heavy, meaning your souls are too heavy. If your soul is too heavy to make the hike, then guess what? You wander around bodiless down here on the surface wondering why you can't touch nothing and do nothing that all the physical people are doing until you can get back in a body and be born again. See? So they say those who get saved in the Bible are born again. Well, what saves you? And what classifies you as saved? Is it the fact that you do wrong or not do wrong anymore? No. You got to be of the bloodline. If you're not of the royal bloodline, or you don't know if you are or not, there's ways of finding out without going to get a daggone blood test. Before you go get a blood test, you better learn something about biochemistry, because you ain't gonna do nothing but pay somebody to help that person become a millionaire and a billionaire, and you still don't know for a fact if it's real. You'll just be fooled. And then that person's running off to the bank with $1,500 of your money because they got you thinking you come from Scandinavia, you come from Africa, and you come from Mexico all at the same time. They have to be able to clarify that type of stuff. So you can give your money up to the DNA specialist if you want to. You know you. Your family knows you. Okay? Grandma used to be able to pick the baby up and look at the baby's face. Look at the baby's bone structure. Look at the baby's phenotype and say, oh, I know who this is. That was the oracle of the family. Now, how come we don't have any more oracles? Because everybody's too busy trying to be something they're not, which is something the Caucasian race or species created for you to want to desire. You don't want to be royal because you think that being royal will cause you to have what? Too many enemies, too many adversaries and opponents. Everybody wants your spot. That's the kind of competition they created in your mind. But like I just said, I don't care if you call yourself Kabesanu. I don't care if your parents named you that at birth. If you don't understand the higher sciences, then you're not the El Kabesanu. You're not one of the real four sons of Horus, right? Or Hor, the elder, which in English, they're the being's name Harold. If y'all didn't know that, it's Harold is Har and Old put together. That's Haru, the elder, in case you didn't know. Back then in that ancient times, we wouldn't have called him that. So that's just a hint. Learn how to break these letters down the way I showed y'all when I was breaking down the name of Tahuti, and people wanted to argue about that. Tahuti's my grandfather. Indeed. There would have been a whole bunch of people wanting to be Tahuti. Trust me. It's a whole lot of people that call themselves Horus. You think the authentic Horus is taking their heads off? Go back in ancient Kemet and you'll realize there was many bird head beings that wore the bird headdress. It represents a school, a mindset, a way of thinking, a specialty, okay? Attributes of beings that have higher vision and move very quick upon processing information. Go ahead, big bro, you back? And
Oh yeah,
me, family,
yeah. Just
taking a loud tone.
You can handle your business. I'm gonna chop it up with them for a little while. I just want to say this, yeah, because it is. People don't know that it's a lot of people that don't study the ancient Egyptian history. They would say, hey man, why the young girl never talk about ancient Egypt? Man, you guys to be crazy. You must say watch. I got 700 videos. You must say watch the video. All my videos did. If you think we don't talk about ancient Kemet, right? Or Tamaray, right? Like he would just break it down for you. There is two Harus. You got the one Haru, and then we didn't say it like that because in most cases we didn't use the vowels. So you can just say Hara, Har. It's different ways to pronounce it. It depends on who was saying it, right? But the old Haru, the elder, if you read the Ryan group, you got to understanding on it. Haru, the elder, is the son of Ra and Hathor. Hathor and Ra had a son named Haru. And that's Haru, the elder. He the one birthed the four sons of Horus. right? Quebesanu is the son of Haru the elder, right? And then you got Haru the young elder, which is the son of Osiris or Osar and Aset, right? So it's two different Harus. People don't know that. They get the two mixed up. And what I'm about to say for I had to go in there because my wife was going to the grocery store and I had to do to tell her to give me a couple things. So my bad for having to run off like that. But okay, what happens is the confusion happened in the language. People are really saying, a lot of people are arguing with each other and they saying the same damn thing. And one of the perfect examples, yeah, saying this, you saying the same thing, you just arguing with him from an English mindset or English language. And this guy arguing from an Arabic or Hebrew perspective. Y'all all saying the same damn thing. Just like the word God. Just to make an example, just using the Bible, just to show these the religious people. You had Abraham. Abraham had two sons. One of the sons, Ishmael, and one of the sons, Isaac, right? Now, before they left Abraham, he was speaking Syriac Arabic, which is what they call in Hebrew, right? Hebrew is not really a language. It was Syriac Arabic, all right? And he was saying Eli, which is the same name that Jesus said on the cross, right? I hate to have to talk about religion, but I got to clear this up because we're doing this tape. Let us come down. Let us come down and unconfuse their tongues, right? So we're dealing with, and then you got to understand the different climates and different dialects, right? People in New Orleans talk different from people in Atlanta. In Atlanta, they say shout it. They cut all their words short, like shout it. Hey, man, them down there, man, them folks. They say folks a lot. Folks, man. My wife from Atlanta, she talk like that. Hey, them folks, man, them folks down there, man, shout it. That's how they talk in Atlanta. Damn. Oh, okay. 15 might have had to cut out. Hey, that's how they talk in Atlanta, right? And then if you go to say if you go to New York, they got a different dialect in New York. Even though they speak in English, they got a different dialect in New York. They say yo B, yo son, hey, so yo son, yo, he bugging, yo son bugging, yo. That's how they be talking to you. You go listen to the guys in New York. For y'all that's living in New York, y'all know you got a different dialect up there of how you talk, right? And they talk different from Atlanta. When a New York guy go to Atlanta, they'll say, man, you talk real fast and slick. And people in Atlanta, they talk real slow and country, right? But it's just a dialect, right? Based on the area that they in. Okay, let me let Shu in real quick. I might make you back. Wait, that's Shu right there. I wonder why he couldn't get in just a minute ago. Hold on, let me make sure. Hold on, let me take this real quick. Boom, boom, boom. I think I already made 15. Okay, I got you. All right. I wonder why he got kicked back out. Hey, but okay, back what I was saying. Maybe Shu come back in a minute. So there are different dialects based on the area you in. Like I say, in New Orleans, they say, yo, baby, you heard me? That's how we talk down here. Woody, say woody. Say shout. We say certain things, like we talk a certain way. It's like we roll our tongue with our words down in New Orleans. We roll our words. It's like a Creole accent, right? I don't know if that's Shu or not. Right there. That's trying to get in, man. But whoever that is, I can't let you in with a number like that. That 51685. Yeah, I can't let you in like that, man. I wanted that Shu number. Because if I don't know you, I ain't send it to you. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Oh, that's Shu. All right, let me let him in. That's Shu. Okay, that's Shu. All right, yeah, I think he good. All right, so yeah. So down in New Orleans, they speak a certain type of dialect. Then you go to Atlanta, they speak a certain type of dialect. You go to New York, they speak a certain type of dialect, even though they speak in English. And then you can go to California, they say homie. They say like yo homie. Say like they talk a different type of way. So the dialects change when you go to different climates. Like up in California, they up in the mountains. Like in certain upstate New York, they in the mountains. So they got a different accent. And in certain parts of Georgia, they can be getting into a high level. So the accent change, right? Even if you go to Jamaica, they speak in English, but you barely can understand what the hell they saying. If you go to Jamaica, they speak in English, but that shit so broke up and chopped up, man. You say, man, you like when they say what's going on, they say one guam, But like it's like a whole nother language. It sounds like a whole nother language, but they really speak in English. So and then you go to London. London, they speak in English over there, but they say bloody this, bloody car, bloody, bloody car won't start. They talk different over there. You know what I'm saying? So the dialects change, but they speak in the same language, but people can be confused with each other, but it's the same damn language. So we going back to talk about the biblical story with just for sake of conversation, right? Just for sake of conversation. We're dealing with hold on, somebody, I think it's a nephew. I don't know what the hell is going on with it. So we're trying to, for sake of conversation, we just talk about the biblical story. Abraham had two sons, Isaac and Ishmael. And so keep in mind, they both were saying Eli before they left their father. Eli, and that was it denotes to God, and short for Elo or Elohim, right? And then when Ishmael left his father and went back amongst his people, his brother's people, which were ancient Egyptians, he got like a slur of the tongue. So instead of saying Eli, he said Allah. So Allah and Eli is the same damn name. Now you got Christians out here who will sit there and read that scripture where Jesus is on the cross and he said Eli, Eli. He's saying my God, and then you go turn around and say, oh yeah, that he talking about God, God. But then the Muslims, they talking about a whole nother God. These Muslims talking about the same damn God your ass talking about. Allah and Eli is the same damn name, man. Come on, man. You gotta wake your ass up. You gotta wake your ass up. It's a confusion of the tongues, is why people are arguing. The Christians, the Hebrews, y'all Muslims, y'all arguing with each other, but y'all all saying the same damn thing. Y'all got the same damn prophets in all your books. The Torah for the Jews got the same damn prophets as the damn Quran. And y'all sitting here
and they don't know how to tie it together. They don't know how to tie it together.
Exactly.
They don't know how to put it all together and make it work. They don't know how to encode and decode. They don't know how to do that.
That's right.
So they get upset especially when you hear brothers like us that sound like niggas from the streets.
Yeah.
And then we coming off as something intelligent. They going, man, these dudes ain't going to college. These dudes ain't travel the world. These dudes ain't all this bullshit. Just to cover up for psychological mistakes made through the symbolism in language. Because the symbolism is what we're talking about right now. Whether I spell it ALIELE, ELI, ILE, ILY,
right,
ALY, it doesn't matter. It's the same damn thing. All you got to do is take the vowels out of it.
That's right.
Leave the vowels out of it. Then you won't be so daggone confused. Keep the consonants like we used to do back in ancient Kemet. We didn't write with the vowels because we didn't have to. We knew better. The vowels cause confusion, family. Take them out. You were going to write with the letter A, the letter Aleph, or the, what is it, the Alpha? Aleph and Alpha, A, same thing, right? Turn the letter A upside down, you got the letter Aleph. It looks like a bull with horns, right? Or like I said, the viper, the horned viper, right?
Hey, 15, you got cut out.
Which is a very venomous
and they cut you out, man. The last horns, 15 seconds. They cut you out the last. They chop it 15. Hey, 15, you chopped out, man. They chopped you up bad.
Yeah,
you hear me?
And whatnot. However, things
hey, 15,
realize.
Hey, they just chopped. Oh shit, they just cut them all the way out.
Yeah,
Okay, all right. Hey, look, man, the last 25 seconds, they cut you all the way out, man. Your shit was going in and out. So just go back about 25 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. The vowels, think about it like this. Phonetically, the word vowel also sounds like VOWS, vowels, right? Like you say when you get married, it's like a covenant, okay? A vow is a covenant. It's a promise. It's something that you make to somebody. I vow to not be late on my
Yep, you're in a bad spot.
Yeah, real bad spot. They cut them all the way out. Then they cut them all. Hey, maybe the 15th got to load up. Hey, can you hear us 15th?
I vow to protect you
Oh,
for the
yeah,
rest of my
15,
life.
they just,
All right.
they just cut you out real bad again, man.
To be confusing to you. Use the consonants.
Man, he must be saying some good shit because they cut him out bad. Can you hear? Hey, 15, can you hear? Yeah, they didn't cut him out, man. He going in and out. He clicking like his signal.
Man, you know how it is. You know how
yeah,
it is.
Like they delete. It's like they deleted you off the thing, and you fade your icons fading in and out, like it's going off and clicking back on. We ain't hear nothing you said for the last maybe 45 seconds.
Dang.
Yeah, they cut everything out. All we had is consonants and vowels, and they cut you out. Whatever you saying must be good because they don't want us to hear it, bro. I'm telling you.
And I said a mouthful too. Trust me, man.
Hey, you clear now though. Maybe you can try it again, man. Go ahead.
We can't hear you. You got to be in a bad spot somewhere.
Yeah, he in a bad spot because they ain't said nothing, say nothing. As soon as he stopped talking, it go come clear. Then when he started talking, it just cut it all the way off. Yeah, we can't even hear nothing now. Hey, while we wait on the 15th to get back right, man, because he might have cut it off and logged back in or something. Because we can't hear nothing he's saying. It just clicked them all the way off now. Maybe he cut off, click back on. Okay, yeah. So without, hey, let me go and finish what I was saying. Then maybe the 15th to get his phone lined up. Yeah, like if somebody just say in the comments in Miami, they say yo fool, or like that. They do that in they talk like that in Nashville and Tennessee. They talk different, like in different demographical areas. They got different slang words they use that other people don't use. Like it's some like you can go to that, you can say yo fool to in a certain area, you could probably get smoked for that. But in Miami, you can say that and everybody say, okay, all right, that's a normal talk around here. You know what I'm saying? And like say up in I think shoot in New York. In New York, they say, yo, B, see, you bugging, son. You know, you hear shoe talk, you can hear him talk like that. They say, like, yo, son bugging, yo, like your man's. They call it like, your man's, he bugging, you know. They say different things like that, right? So the dialect changed when you move to a certain area, man. Don't it? Hey, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I got two screens. I got one screen with my phone and one with my name. It's funny, Anafia.
Yeah,
I don't know. It seems like today they've been battling us. I couldn't even get on right away. Like we got some blockage.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I say, damn, I sent out everybody a link. That's what 15 said he couldn't get on when I sent him the link. So I was like, damn, what the hell is going on? So I resent both of y'all the links, and now letting y'all on. Now it's cutting you out and trying to block us, man.
Yeah, man. I just want to let the family know, man, because y'all got to meet her one day. I don't know if you remember when I had my sister on the conference call with us. Do you remember that about a month or so ago when we had that conference call?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, the thing that's so crazy about the whole situation, and I didn't get to tell you, I don't know if Catriel told you, because he just came up to New York last week. You know, we just buried her, bro.
Man, what did you just say?
Yeah, isn't that crazy, bro? We don't even know how she passed away.
Wow.
They can't even. They did a research, but they still can't. Hold on a second, because my sister-in-law is calling me. Hold on.
Okay.
Hey, 15, you back on now? Hey, can we hear you? Hey, see something so we can see if your mic working or something. Oh, 15 still trying to log in. Man, that's crazy. Shoot. She was just on the call with us like a month ago.
Yeah, she passed away. She passed away. That shit fucked me up. You know what I'm saying? I'm still a little over it because that shit really caught me off guard. Like I pride myself on not being off guard.
That's crazy, man. And she ain't take the wonton soup, did it?
Well, she did. She fucking went and got that punk ass shot for her job because she worked at the field.
But keep in mind, we gotta be careful. Just say wonton soup because they'll shut us down, man. If we say anything.
But she had that. But she also had lupus and she had other problems. But it wasn't as serious as we thought. One of my uncles was saying he thinks she wasn't telling us how sick she was. I don't know, but the thing that's weird about it is they did, and I don't even like these people doing researches on our bodies. But my family isn't all the way I am as far as certain things. So they let them people do an autopsy and all type of shit, and then people still couldn't find nothing while she passed away. So they got one more test, a toxicology test. They're waiting for that to come back. And you know, we live in the hood, so the hood has got all these stupid rumors and all type of dumb shit. But yeah, that fucked me up. Me and Akachiel just buried her last week. He came up here from Florida. You know what I'm saying? Our whole family pulled up. It's crazy because, you know, it's like out of all the first cousins, and me and Akachiel was talking about this because Akachiel was telling me this because Akachiel is older than me. Him and my sister's closer in age. They're like the same age. So Akachiel was telling me, he was like, yo, out of all of our first cousins, it's like almost 30 of us first cousins because we got a big family. And he was like, she's the first one out of all of us, out of all 30 of us to go. You know what I'm saying? So it rocked us. He was trying to join the circle, man. She wanted to get down, man. So I was like, come on through. You know what I'm saying? And then it's deep because, you know, I went to go visit Kedar because Kedar lives in the old neighborhood. He's been knowing me since I was a shorty. You know, he's still rocking with Mark. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I almost ended up flipping out on Kedar before she passed away because this is why I'm just analyzing everything. The shit was mad weird. Kedar's like, yo, you know, he still cares about you. And I'm like, dude, that's cool and everything. I don't wish nothing bad on that man, but I don't rock with him, bro. Like, I hope he get his stuff together, but I can't rock with him. Like, if you want to still rock with him, that's on you. You a grown man. But do what you do. So, you know what this fool Negro does? Him and his wife really rock with this guy. Kedar and his wife really rock with this dude. For whatever reason, they feel like they want to rock with him. But stop asking me about rocking with him. That's not happening because he ain't right, you know what I'm saying, with his behavior and stuff like that. He a grown man. I can't force him to conduct himself properly, but that's on him. I can't be around him. So make a long story short, his girl was like, well, I don't know if it was the nigga's birthday or what it was, but they wanted to talk to him so bad. And then she was like, well, I'm going to call him right now. So I'm like, I guess you're going to call him. So she calls him, puts him on video chat. Then Kedar starts talking to him. And the next thing I know, Kedar tries to put this nigga on the phone with me on video chat. I'm like, I don't know why you doing that. You playing yourself. I don't want to talk to this guy. So I put my hands over the phone. And he's at the other end of the line like, well, who is that, Kedar? Who is that? And Kedar's like, it's the mighty shoe. It's you. Like, nobody want to talk to him, bro. Like, I'm good. Like you should have never did that. You played yourself. So it's just weird. Right after that, she passes away. So I'm not saying he...
That's
you know what
crazy,
I'm saying?
man.
So it's just weird.
Hey, damn, man, I'm trying to figure out because that's crazy, man. Because like we just on the phone with her. I'm trying to figure out why I won't. It's like, man, they damn sure fucking with our Zoom now because they won't even let 15 unmute. I'm trying to figure out, and I'm going to damn, what the hell is going on with this crap, man?
Wow.
Yeah, it won't even let him unmute. I'm trying to figure out how the hell why it won't let him unmute. Even when I made him the host, he still couldn't unmute.
Yeah, it's definitely some weird stuff. It's definitely some weird stuff going on.
Hey, try it now, 15. What the hell?
He can't unmute?
I don't know. Hey, try it now, 15. I don't know what the hell's going on with man. Okay, start video. Allow participants. All right, try it now. Try it now. Unmute themselves. Share with name. Man, what the hell? They got it. I don't know, man. It's some crazy shit right here, bro.
Yeah, what's going on? But yeah, Kedar, you know, and I'm not knocking him. I said, bro, you're a grown man. If you rocking with him, that's cool. And he was playing his shows, and I'm just sitting there listening, like, dude, those are old ass shows that he's just regurgitating. And he's like, no, he's not. This is new stuff. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to. So, you know, carry on. Like, I wish y'all, you know what I'm saying? Like,
man, that's sad though. Shoot, like, man, like we just on the phone with your sister like last month, and then now she did. But she took that wonton soup though, man, you know, and then you already had
she took it a while ago, and I'm like, why would you do that? She's like, I gotta work. You know, I work in the medical field. I said, yeah, y'all different. See, y'all different. I be telling my family, y'all different because, you know, I know, you know, a person like me, I would have got another job or some shit. I'm not putting that shit. I'm sorry. Like, my job tried to bully people to do that shit, and I was surprised. Everybody unified up, even the fucking white people. I didn't even know the white people was that gangster. The white people told them other white people, get the hell away from me. I'm not taking that goddamn shot. Like the white people were saying that. This old Italian white guy at my job, he was like, man, Damien, that stuff is no good. I'm not.
And then look, kind of find out when they did everybody to make them take it, and then now they renege and say, oh no, you don't gotta take it no more.
Yeah, that's what they did. Guess what? That's what they did. Job. Everybody stood together, so they knew they couldn't force us, so they left niggas alone. And he's like, all right, well, if y'all want to get it, it's optional. Y'all don't got to do it. I know we don't got to do it, but if we would have all went along with the shit, they would have been forcing niggas to take that shit.
Yeah, I think. Hey, you good now? I'm 15. All right, yeah, man. I don't know what the hell happened with that, man.
Did you change it in the settings?
No, I ain't even touched the settings.
Yeah, but 15th, did you hear 15th, did you hear the news that my sister passed away, the one that was on the phone call with us last month?
Oh man, peace be upon the sister, man. Saying
yeah,
peace be upon her, bro.
Yeah, Kachio came up from Florida. We all laid her to rest last week.
Wow.
It's just a situation. It's crazy, bro. I don't even know what the hell.
Don't grieve. Don't grieve when someone leaves. Trust me, do not grieve. The way the system is set up. My bad.
No, I always tell people I feel like we're gonna all see each other again anyway. It's just the temporary time where you can't see your loved ones. That's what really is frustrating.
Yeah. You're gonna always be able to see her when you think about the memories y'all had, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right in your mind's eye, which is the only eye you really truly have. So when you start thinking about her and you visualize being around her and the laughter and the joy, whatever hard times, good times, that stuff is in the memory. The memory is what you really are seeing in the first place, big bro. We're going to get a grasp on this death thing so that we don't let it affect us anymore. Every last one of us that passes on to the next level is worth a celebration, not a grievance. You know, if she had lupus, then she had a pre-existing condition. In this day and time, you're going to have to get a new body. You're going to have to be born again if the condition couldn't be corrected within the cells inside the body. So people are going to get new bodies and they're going to come back as babies. Now, will she be a part of that same bloodline when she comes back? It all depends on her heart. That's what the weighing of the heart stuff is all about. So she can come back in another family bloodline, or she can come back right through y'all's genes, and then somebody's daughter will look just like her, act just like her, and then boom, because you're still alive, you'll recognize the character. Then you'll be able to go, that's her, that's her. Now, other people might say you crazy in your family because they ain't on your level. But you know.
Well, I always thought if I had a daughter, I'd name her after my sister.
Well, there you go. You're giving her entrance. You see? You're giving her entrance. And I also heard about and then you had me laughing when you said Shady Brady had Kedar on the
Oh man, you know I said to myself,
who is that Kedar like that?
Let me tell you something. These guys, I just laugh. But it's like, you know, I call myself saying, you know what I'm saying, I ain't seen y'all in a while. You know, I've been knowing me since I was a shorty. And go pay him a little visit. You know what I'm saying? So go pay the brother a visit since I'm in the old neighborhood. We having a good time. And all he keeps talking about is, I can't believe the brothers left the little brother like that. Like, come on, brothers, we gotta. And I'm looking at him like, man, dude, the proof is in the pudding, man. Like, I ain't like, this is what he don't understand. I said, bro, I'm not a hater. If he says some good stuff and I agree with it, that's cool. But as a grown man, like, just following behind him and watching how he move and putting myself in a compromising situation, and this being won't care, he'll just like leave you stranded. I can't rock with nobody, bro, like that. Man, like, he left you stranded 3 times, left you in dangerous, hostile situations, and for some weird reason, you still are under this guy's yoke. That's the weirdest thing to me.
He left him on some training day type shit. Like you
you
in the block, niggas gonna kill you type shit.
And he gonna tell me what I have.
Hey, Shu, it's hypnosis.
Yeah.
It is. And it's crazy because he tells me, well, you gotta understand something. I was there for a deeper reason than what everybody thought on the surface. Like, Anu sent me down there for a special mission. I'm like, well, all right, I hear you, but good God, bro. It's just the principle of the manner. If I'm coming from a whole different coast to hold you down, and a situation happens and we get separated, and I'm not from out there, I don't know nobody but you. You mean to tell me after we get separated, you don't even go looking for me or trying to figure out or research or investigate where my whereabouts are, and I'm way on the other side of the planet? Like, are you serious? So
he ain't the only one got stranded by this dude. Go ahead.
He does not care.
And the thing that's crazy is, bro, you know how they ended up interacting again? This is how crazy. I'm looking at Keto, like, how could you even, like, that's nuts, bro. We was on a conference call. My man didn't even know Keto was on the line. So he's talking, and Keto just jumps in the conversation, and that's when he was like, oh, Keto, that's you, brother. You still doing this, man? Oh, that's how this dude is nuts. That's how you play it off?
Wow.
So then Keto was like, nah, I'm in Arizona. And he's like, oh, you down in Arizona? Okay, well, stay there, because I'm coming down there, because I got business to handle. It's brother was disrespectful to me.
That's hypnosis, man.
Yeah.
He's
it's
a
like
master
he don't have
hypnotist, brother.
It's like, bro, he don't have no discipline. He don't have no class. Like, why would I follow somebody like that, bro? And whatever alchemy he's doing it from a freaking doo-doo standpoint, as far as I'm concerned, because the shit stinks.
Hey, how you gonna be Ra, Shu? How you gonna be Ra or a son of Ra, and your ass don't like the sun?
Can't stand the sun.
That's nuts. That when I used to hear him talk about how he didn't like the sun, how hot it was, I was like, oh, you ain't right, man. You ain't right.
Nah.
And
see, people,
and
you were listening. A lot of people don't listen to him. They're hypnotized. If you can hear what he's saying, you know he's not right. And then you watch what he's doing, you really know he's not right. Go ahead, my bad.
Thank you. All that shit about us being Vulcans. I ain't no motherfucking Vulcan. I don't know what the fuck he talking about. Like, you go ahead with that shit. Like, fuck is you talking about? And it's crazy because so then Kedar's girlfriend is like, well, some situation that they wanted to call him and say and to just greet him about. So his wife is like, yeah, I'm about to get him on FaceTime now. So I'm just so I'm starting to like really see where this is going, because I'm looking at her like, well, you can call him on FaceTime all you want. I don't know why y'all telling me. You know what I'm saying? So I don't got nothing to do with that. It's like, it just seems like y'all keep trying to implement me into conversating with this guy. You know what I'm saying? And I don't like that, because that's you. It's like you trying to force my hand and you gonna get your feelings hurt, because I'm not the one to be playing with like that. So she calls him on FaceTime.
After you get done sharing this, me and Young Elder gonna share with you the last time we talked to him.
Okay. Hey, and too, before y'all finish, let me say this, because it's people in the chat. They're not talking about Baba, Artun Ray. They're talking about another dude named Mark Brady. And he calls himself Artun Ray, spelled A-T-U-N Ray. Not
which
Baba.
Is another falsehood.
Yeah, right.
Baba is the real Atun Ray, not this dude, okay? And let me put it like this. I'm gonna let people know this. We all represent Atun Ray because Atun Ray is the sun at its highest point, and all the Nubian men that Baba trained should be on the level of Atun right now. If you're not on that level at the sun at noon, which is where Yanun is, the sun at its highest point at noon. That's what it represents. When this dude started telling people he was Atun Ray, what he was doing was he was replacing Baba's image in your brain with his. It's called hypnosis.
Wow.
Okay? Go ahead, Shu. Go ahead, Shu. Thanks for letting me say that.
Yes, sir. But it's just crazy. So now they get him on face chat. They're talking to him. I'm sitting in the cut. I'm like, okay, whatever. Trying to be respectful. Next thing I know, Key-Dog goes like this. Yo, Raboni, there's somebody that wants to talk to you. I'm saying to myself, here we go with the nonsense. So he tried to put the phone on my face because it's on video chat so this guy could see me. I put my big hand up and I blocked the whole phone. So now this dude's just looking at a big ass hand blocking the phone. He probably don't even know what's blocking the phone because he can't see shit. So he's like, who's that? Who's that? And Key-Dog's like, it's the brother. It's the brother. He's like, well, wait, I can't busy. And I wouldn't take my hand off the phone. So Key-Dog's like, don't even worry about Raboni. It's the brother of the mighty Shu. But he's just acting a little funny right now. But it's the brother, it's the old brother Shu, almighty Shu. I'm like, shut the fuck up, bro. Like,
yeah, man.
Like, come on, like, son, I'm not messing. Like, I told him I wish him the best. And what he don't understand, he was playing some old shows, and it's like, dude, those are old shows that he's just re-putting out. He's not doing no real work right now. I don't know what's going on with him, but I don't got nothing to do with that. But like I said, I wish y'all the best, but I can't rock with you, bro. It's too sloppy. I want to be around sloppiness. And he ain't, and it's like, I'm not being judgmental about it. You're a grown man. If you want to be that way, that's on you. But I can't have that in my being. I can't be a part of that. You know what I'm saying? But I hope y'all get it together. And I wish you nothing the best. But what's funny about it is, and I was even telling him, I'm like, bro, if he says anything that is good, that's great. But as far as behavior, principles, just honor, that type of stuff, it's not there, so I can't be around that. And I told you, you gotta respect that, bro. But he doesn't see it.
Every thought in his mind is evil continuously.
Straight up evil.
I don't give a damn what this dude says anymore. He is tricking the world. And if anybody follows this dude thinking that he's right, then you got a hero complex. You have an egotistical hero complex where you think you can save Halal, my nigga. You can't save Halal.
You sure can't.
All right? If that was possible, Baba would have been able to change him all the way from red to green, which is the intellectual color. But he couldn't change him all the way now, could he? He changed him from red to orange. Because when you add a little bit of green to red, what color do you get? The same way as green got yellow in it, yellow was in green, so yellow would have to be the only color that changed him to orange in the green.
And this being will tell you that his favorite color is orange.
It's orange, bruh. That's why I'm trying to let niggas know. Wake up. I am a protector, L. What do I protect with? Wisdom. I'm going to keep you out of trouble. But these niggas, they don't listen because their ego is saying, there's no way this young buck can come in and know more than me. That's ego. I don't give a damn about knowing more than you. All I know is when I see clear and present danger, I'm going to warn everybody. And let me tell you, I got to tell you this, man. Me and Young Elder, we almost got counseled in to an apologetic meeting with this dude, but as soon as he got on, the same incident with you and Kedar happened, because somebody wanted us to apologize to this dude, and I'm like, nah, man, I'm not apologizing. You can't apologize and make things right with this guy. I've been there, done that, but the brother didn't understand. We had been there, done that. So I said, all right, we'll give it a shot. And I'm gonna prove to you what I'm talking about. And he clicked over. As soon as he clicked over, the nigga acted like he didn't know what was going on. He didn't know why we were there. See what I'm saying? And I'm like, see, we just got persuaded and manipulated and pulled into this daggone debate and argument with this clown. So what did I start doing? I put you out on Front Street. I know what your dirt is, my nigga. I ain't gonna say it right here on the live, but on that call, man, he said, what he say? He started laughing when the brother said he had the young elder in the 15th on the line. He started laughing, and I called him on his shit. I said, what's so funny, nigga? And he said, you gotta respect me. I said, I ain't gotta respect you, nigga. Just like that, not bragging and boasting, but he angered me to the point to where I was getting ready to start cussing him out. I had to hold my tongue. And then at the same time, I was letting him know. I said, did you let this brother know what you did to certain people? No, you didn't let him know. You just tricked him into going to get me and young elder so we can make peace with you. I'm not about to make peace with the devil, my nigga. You can keep on being as evil as you want, but you're going to stay away from me with it. And I'm going to let everybody know. If there's a dude out there calling himself Atun Ray, the real Messiah, stay away from him. He'll take you for everything you got. There's been people that fall under the line of hypnosis, real quick, Shu. There's been people that fall under the line of hypnosis that have given this dude homes, houses, cars, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he don't do nothing but burn through it like a damn parasite. Go ahead, Shu.
Yeah, because it's like Baba taught us not to be on some religious worship and shit, and he got his whole circle on that frequency. like you got all these guys, all these grown men worshiping you, and y'all ain't getting nothing done but just worshiping you and giving you money when you need it. You ain't building nothing, brother.
Sick.
Facts. Because he already know that Bible and that story is a spell book. He know he'll have her under that control. Baba told you to be a leader. Don't be no follower.
Yeah.
So why is he trying to make you a follower? I'm the leader of you. You got to do, man, please.
What'd he say? Give me all your money because you don't know what to do with it anyway. What?
And I'm gonna tell you right now.
Make a cartoon out of this nigga, man.
Buy holes. Your money going up in smoke.
Hey, shout out to brother Randy Christian for your donation. Shout out to brother Cairo, Cairo 22 for your donation. I think you might have some 215, but they coming through. They on source that they showing. Yeah, you had to probably click on it.
Thank you now.
Yeah, because you probably click on it to see it.
Love, brothers.
Yeah, because I didn't even see it till I just clicked on it. It didn't even show up on my phone. They probably would have showed up later on tonight when we got out because it ain't, Cash App running slow. So shout out to brother Kevin Manty too for the donations. Manly for the donations.
But the last thing I wanted to tell y'all too, I want to keep drawing on it, but it's very comedic to me. It's funny. And Keto was like, hey, what's up with the brothers, man? They don't want to talk to me. When I got on the line with them, they acted like they like what I was saying, they couldn't handle it or something. And I'm like, yo, I don't know where you're going with this, but it sounds like you trying to act like you want to do like some type of debate segment or something. But I was like, you're gonna play yourself, so just stop. And he was like, I don't mean nothing by that. It's all love, but I questioned the brothers before and they didn't have no answers. I'm like, when did that happen? I was on the phone. I don't know. It seemed like you were a little confused.
No, he didn't. He didn't. Trust me. Last time we were trying to persuade us that Mark Brady was the real Messiah. So we weren't trying to hear that.
Well, no, that's
right. Trying to hear that. And he didn't ask us any questions that we couldn't answer. What it was we knew he was coming from an angle. And we wanted to know what his angle was before we started answering questions. And he had a problem with that. So, we could get, if he wants to, I'll go tit for tat with him on why I don't want nothing to do with Brady and why I'm not going to ever call that dude Chief. I'm not going to ever call him Atun Ray. I'm not ever call him Atun name he comes up with, like any other fake person in the industry as a celebrity that calls themselves Johnson's real name was Irvin, right? How many people call him Magic as if that's his real name? Well, you know, his mama don't call him Magic, she calls him Irvin. This clown running around acting like him and Baba's in the mind meld and got everybody fooled. Fooled, man. That's a dirty game.
But what's crazy about it is when you first, like when somebody first, like when I first interacted with him,
cutting in and out, 15.
Okay. Sorry about that, yo.
Hey, look, when I was on the phone with man, shout out to the brother Bodie, man. Bless his heart, man. Cause you know, I can't believe he taking advantage of a blind man. You know what I'm saying? Anybody like that? And then like last time we was on the phone, I think 15 might have just told y'all a story. But what was funny to me is this dude is, man, it make me want to throw up thinking about it, man. This dude, the way he play everything, like, nigga, you ain't just slap us around. You just say you was gonna jump on the young elder 2 months ago, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And then you gonna come like, oh, I can eat shit and piss all at the same time. Yeah, y'all on the phone. Man, this nigga steady trying to talk to us like we some slow ass niggas, man. I ain't no slow nigga, man. I catch y'all. Hey, I got more game. The game you running, we got the books. We read the books. We done lived the life. I'd have been around people like you. We gave him chance after chance. We gave this being chance after chance to prove itself, but he didn't.
And plenty of money.
Yeah, and plenty of money.
True that.
To prove itself, man. And what he did for us is kept on, leading us down the wrong road. He talk a good game, but he don't live a good game. You know what I'm saying? You can talk all day to me. With 2022, man, you can talk all day. That's what I was telling my wife. You can't even speak things into existence no more. You gotta do that shit now. You just gotta go out and whatever you saying you ain't gotta, don't even say it. Just do it. So what we doing is that people say y'all do a lot of talking, but what we doing is we fighting a mental battle now. We ain't fighting no physical battle. We fighting. What I'm doing is giving you enough information to put into your brain to open your mind, to expand your imagination, to expand your brain to where you can get out of here or you can travel. See, once I can create a map in your head and introduce you to the characters that you might not thought about, then it gives you a bigger, broader look at this thing. You could a bigger blue, widen your. All we doing is widening your view, your view. You know what I'm saying?
The angelic war, big bro, is a mental war. It's not physical.
Yeah.
It's a war on the mental plane. Exactly. And what does he do? He attacks our brains, which is our brain computers that process the mind, because the mind is on the outside of the body. Most people don't understand that. We all share in a mind. It's called the mental reservoir. The mental reservoir is the very air that you breathe through your nostrils, bruh. It goes in through the nose, and then the brain processes the particles. The energy that goes into the brain goes in like a binary code. So it's putting information into the brain the same way you operate a regular computer. It wouldn't operate without a binary code. When you go watch the movie Matrix, what are they looking at? The operator of the ship is looking at a binary code. And then he's telling you what he sees. See, Mark Brady, if he knows this stuff, he's not teaching it. I am. There ain't nobody else out here teaching you that you learn from breathing. You see? Because it came to me. I was strapped down whenever I was under his tutelage, and I know y'all feel this way too. I was strapped down in a chair, arms tied down, legs tied down, and mouth gagged, and being tortured by this being. So being under his tutelage is like being tortured. So in order for me to break loose, I had to have what? Some type of way to break loose and break free. And I had help from Konsu, right? Terrence, I had help from him because he let me know. He was the first one to give me the hint about who this dude is. But I had to take it and do my own study and do my own research. And when I brought all the evidence back to certain beings to try to free them of this dude's grasp, it's like a nigga breaking out of the basement and then coming back like Harriet Tubman to save the rest of them. But then when you untie a nigga's tape, you get the rope, cut the ropes, and you ungag them, and you going, come on, man, why he on this break? Let's go. And they going, nah, man, I want to be here. Would you stay down there in the basement and wait for the devil to come back and tie you back up? No, you're going to get the fuck out of there. I got out of there with as many people that was willing to go with me. Excuse my language. I got out of there with as many people that was willing to go with me. You see? Not everybody wanted to go, and people had to set their own selves free on their own time, and that eventually, what is going on, bro?
I think I'm over the phone.
It's a lot of background. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So like I said, we was tied down under this dude, right? I got knowledge and wisdom now that supersedes what he's teaching them. He keeps them dumb enough to follow him. I don't want you following me. What do I always teach about following? If you follow a man, his shit better not stink. That means if he pass gas and you behind him following his ass, you're going to be the first one to pass out from how bad it stink. Okay? You walk alongside your brothers so you can see what's in front too. If a person's in front of you, they're obstructing your vision. They're blocking your vision. They're not allowing you to see far. And then they're in front of you telling you what you should see. Nigga, get out my way. Let me up front. Let me see what's going on. And didn't he say this, young elder? If you can do better than me, I'll be the first one to shut up and follow you.
Facts.
Lying ass nigga.
Facts.
But that, hey, you know, we
He's
saw what
alive.
he doing to us. Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all what he was doing to us, man, to me in the 15th, specifically, man. When I was talking about the galactic shit and all of the knowledge that I was talking, and 15 would be talking his knowledge, the that he bring, the Circumology, right? That nigga say, y'all need y'all to, he wants us to shut up and then call him in private and teach it to him. And then once he calm down here with me and sit with me and then teach me. And he gonna come out and teach it if it's his. That's what these old niggas, not the old, not all the old school cats, but like
Not
the old
all of
niggas like Mark Brady. They want to come steal our shit and then put it out. That way it won't look like we put it out. It'll look like he put it out and we learned it from him. That's the game that he was running, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Facts.
Hey, but game recognized game. And
Facts.
he looking real unfamiliar right now.
And notice,
Hey.
notice where he want to keep you trapped at. He wanted to keep you trapped in this plane. Y'all not leaving Earth. Y'all gonna get a new body and we gonna don't trip. Cause you're gonna have gills and you're gonna start breathing in the water. So don't trip. He want to keep you trapped here. He don't want you to elevate. That's his whole purpose.
He don't. We go through having gills before the lungs develop inside the woman's stomach, man. So everything he's talking about is a process of birth. You go through a gestational period of 9 months, really more than 9, because the minute you spark the sperm in and the sperm gets a heartbeat, you alive. You go through all of those extraterrestrial experiences then before you are finalized, like being molded like, clay, like by Canoe, right? And then you come out and boom, where happens? You come out of the womb, they call it crowning. Come on, bro. You can't make this stuff up. You're crowning, meaning you have a crown when you get here. Anybody supposed to be ruling over you and telling you what to damn do?
Exactly.
See? You land, you come down in divine, as in dive in. When you dive into a swimming pool, don't you go in head first? When you dive into this plane of existence, you come out head first. So you come out divine. And then you have to be guided by your mother and father and shown the family way so you don't get taken advantage of by all the other beings that dove in before you. And this is a system that is ran off of cycles in nature. Like brother Ned Peru, says the nature of nature is what the quantum field produces. We come in from the quantum field, and when we leave out of the body, we're going back into the quantum field, man. This stuff ain't rocket science. It's easy for me to explain now because I've accepted the higher sciences. I started learning chemistry. I started learning alchemy. I started learning electricity. I started learning about electromagnetism. I started learning about engineering. I started learning about craftsmanship. And then all the secrets was starting to be revealed to me. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead,
Hey,
your hand raised, big bro.
Hey, let me say this for shoot gate because I got some people in the comments. They say, yeah, young elder, why which I thought you said Bible said don't show your face, what changed? I'm gonna tell you what changed. All right, Baba came to me like about a month ago and told me that it was safe to come out and show my face now. And the reason why he said that is because of the computer. He said we're not fighting against the real humans no more. The humans, because it was like when during Malcolm X and Martin Luther King between the 60s and 80s, they were fighting against actual people, the feds, like that, you know, was coming after them. But now they're not worried about us no more. What we're fighting against now is the computer, the AI. It's the AI that's watching us, the supercomputer that's in Maryland underground. It's a supercomputer that takes data. It collects all your Facebook, your Instagram, all that, like your phone calls. It can tap your phone calls. It taps your call log, all that, right? So we fighting against a computer now. And so like so what's happening is the computer already had pictures of me just by me having a phone with cameras on it. So they already know what I look like, really. You know what I'm saying? It's just y'all didn't know what I look like. So Baba just told me to come on out to show your face because people was getting like thinking that I was even an artificial robot because I never showed my face. So Baba just told me to go on, come out and just start getting a one-on-one with the people and letting them see what you look like. Because we fight with right now, it's the elders versus the computer. So we're dealing with like a artificial intelligence now that's really watching us. If you want to get a better idea of what we're talking about, go get a movie called Eagle Eye. Go get a movie called I, Robot with Will Smith. Most of y'all already seen that movie, right? So we fighting against a computer now. So the computer already got data logged my face and all that, right? And so they already know what I look like. It's just that y'all didn't. And a lot of fanatics, people that's fanatical, or people that just hate Baba, and they gonna hate us. They hate us too. And they want to just take us out. So it was people like that. But really now we fighting against the computer. So we fight against AI. So they're not really worried about us no more. They got the computer watching us. The computer flag us for analysis. The computer, like we say certain keywords, the computer pick us up. They've been had this computer a long time ago. It's just that humans were running it. Now it's just completely the computer. A whole web called the Summit. They got a computer called the Summit. And Baba broke it down too with the supercomputer in Berlin, right? The 666 how they put a movie out, Space Odyssey, right? With the supercomputer in Berlin. So we fighting against the computer. And Baba even put a tape out called Dr. Malachi Z. York versus the computer. So we in that phase now. We in the phase where now we ain't fighting against real humans no more. We fighting against robots and machines. And Mother Sophia Stewart kind of goes into the future. What's going to happen in the future in the Matrix, like 15 was just talking about, of how it's going to end up coming down to the future scenarios where we fighting against these robots, even Terminator, right? All these Terminator, the Matrix, several other movies they got out that tell you about these that now, because most of your government now, they androids, right? You can look at them, tell they I saw one my wife, she can spot them out too now, since I showed her how to spot them. When they come on blanking 1,000 times in fucking 2 sentences, man, that's a damn android. So it's like a lot of android. A lot of people don't believe this, man. They think I sound crazy right now, but they getting ready to find out that a lot of your government now is androids, or robots. And I'm talking about some shit that's more advanced than what you can go buy in the store. I ain't talking about like a little robot for your kid or some robot a nigga built in his garage. I'm talking about some shit that look real human. They can talk and sound like the person, but it's really a robot. So that's what Catriel, you want to not Catriel, Nafia, you want to come in and say something? I just wanted to make that because somebody making a comment about that. You there? Think he ready got cut up.
What do a robot and a zombie got in common?
robot and a zombie got in common? That's a good question. That's a really good question. They both look the same, but like not like similar. Like they both look human looking.
They don't have any emotional feeling.
That's right. Oh yeah, that's that. Go ahead on it. That's deep right there. The emotional connection, because no the grays are like that too. Go ahead. The gray aliens. A lot of extraterrestrial, they don't got that emotional connection as well because they got emotions, huh?
I said they're extraterrestrial biological entities. They're androids that we created eons ago.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
They're not human. They're not really alive like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
See? So they're supercomputers. They're one of the first versions of supercomputers, other than the brains we have.
Yeah.
We come in from the quantum field and we drive these large bodies. That's why I could tell you most of the human beings on the planet are considered extraterrestrial to all animal life. You see? So they looking at us going, well, you know, why do these beings do what they do and they don't do what we do and live as we live? And we done made life completely complicated on the planet. Now they want you to be numb and dumb. Zombies are dumb and numb, and robots are numb and they're intelligent because of programming.
Yeah.
I pay attention to all of the people that can't put their phones down.
Yeah.
They're going numb and they're developing android patterns of thinking. So they'll argue with a natural thinking person, one that has control over thoughts or is in relationship to their own personal thoughts, which is I like to call pure thought Tahuti. We're in relationship with thought itself, but an android is not. Somebody that stays on social media all day and lives off of likes and dislikes, they're being judged. And they're sending themselves through personal judgment, and then they get frustrated like a child when somebody don't like them. That right there, that's zombieism, that's androidism, because you go out there and shoot a person and blow his cap back because he told you you was ugly on social media. That's what I'm talking about. We are up against those brains right now, the computer brains that have been that have infiltrated the minds of all human beings. You know, we're up against those right now. I think Shu, go ahead. You want to say something? Go ahead, brother.
No, I was just saying earlier, but you already touched on that on the whole future with the Terminator thing. I was gonna say the same thing, but y'all hit it right on the button.
Yeah. So think about this. Remember earlier when I was trying to break down what vowels represent in the alphabet and why vowels aren't really needed? Because vowels represent the unknown, the unseen, and the untangible. Vowels only come in to clarify the tones that a being is speaking, but vowels also are VOWS, vowels, as in promises, as in covenants, as in when you and your wife, y'all say y'all's vows when y'all get married. So y'all tie what they call the knot. Do you want to be in a knot? You want to be free to move, but they put you in a knot with vows. They make your tongue confess things that you know you probably ain't even capable of. You see, it's a contract. The vows are contractual. Who has contracts when they get pregnant? Women. They call contractions. Do you think it's something different? No. It's a contract in a different form. That's all it is. Just like I told you, magnetism plays out on every level. So does contracts. So you make a contract and vows with your woman, which is a promise, and those vows manifest themselves as the vowels in the alphabet, which are just symbols to represent the untangible. A, E, I, O, U. Sometimes Y. Why do you think the word you is spelled with O, U, and Y? Because you don't exist. You represent the air. The consonants represent the body. See? And the blood, the spiritual content. That's why I was explaining to the brother earlier what my name represents and who I am and what I'm supposed to do is help protect your brain. I'm supposed to help protect your brain from all this artificial intelligence that's coming in. It's way too much artificial intelligence, and people don't know how to think anymore. So they're running around here dazed and confused, like somebody hit them upside their head.
So this
I
is
don't want
why.
that happening anymore. I'm sorry.
So this is why basically.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say. So this is why basically sometimes at work I find myself getting frustrated because I'd be like, how these brothers can't get the most simplest instructions. This job is so easy. Like a child could do it, and it's like I just be looking at the brothers at the job like, what the hell's going on with the mind? Like what?
Yeah, they don't want us having babies. So the first thing they did for population control beyond Planned Parenthood and the contraceptives that they give us called condoms and birth control and all this other stuff, they don't want us procreating because they're trying to get the planet's population down to 500 million so that the 500 million people can replenish the planet. And they're going to kill people, and people are going to kill other people. People are going to die from pre-existing diseases and no discipline. They're going to die. They're going to perish. They're going to pass on. And then when they cross over to the other side, then the truth will be revealed to them. But when they get back into a body, the brain, like I said, is a computer, and the memory is wiped clean. The memory has to be uploaded again through the DNA. That's why Baba taught us about DNA explosions. So as your memory comes back through your bloodline, you want to be also taken care of by your bloodline that were before you. Because if you're not, and you start having DNA explosions, and here you is a Nubian baby, but you got some android robot taking care of you when you come back, how's that going to look to you? Every time you have a DNA explosion, the android is going to override your what? Programming. They're going to tell you no. They got a movie show out on HBO Max called Raised by Wolves. You get a good glimpse of it there. There's a woman on there that obliterates people from screaming. She hits a frequency that just causes you to just burst. This is an android. Androids, like the Greys, they want babies. They want their own children. They want to learn and knows what it feels like to feel, to have emotions. They want to learn that part of existence. And some of us have given it to them. The Asians have given it to them. Yep. Okay? So when I told y'all about the dragon invading America, I was talking about Asians. I wasn't talking about Greys and nothing like that. I was telling you exactly what the invasion is going to look like. Now look around you and tell me you don't see a bunch of Asians in your town. And they get free rides when they come over here. Most of them don't have to take no vaccinations or anything. And they're taking over very subtly. They've been moved into Africa and started handing African people a bunch of billions of dollars of money, acting like they're going to help. You know, god dang well they ain't going to help. They're going to take over. And then you know what it's like. A Japanese, when they dishonored, they'll kill themselves. What kind of feeling and emotional control is that? Ain't no honoring you stabbing yourself in the gut. Tell me where it is. They're going to show the rest of us how to do the same shit. And black people usually ain't into killing themselves, but right now they is. We've been dying slowly from what we eat. We've been killing ourselves with diet for a long time. And people don't think that that's suicide. It is. You ain't paying no attention. This is why Dr. Sebi came and told you what to do to fix it. But then they had to get rid of him before people really realized how to fix it. Because you won't go to no hospital no more when you realize you have the type of sun heat genes that allow you to heal. All you got to do is be able to go out and get you some sun every day, get you some exercise every day, which is to heat up the solar plexus inside the body so you can work inside out to purify your body. Once you're sweating from breathing hard, what happens is you heat the body's temperature up to the point to where you can push toxins out of the body that are inside the body trying to live and have a life on the inside of you. And then on the outside of you, the sun is infusing you with more and more energy and potential to get rid of these things on the inside of you. So there's an exchange there. There's a solar plexus on the inside that represents Amun, the hidden force. Amun as in immune system. That's the Amun system. Okay? And then on the outside of you is Atun Ray, the Atun system, to tune you up. And when you go work out at the gym, what are you doing? You're toning up. Toning up is tuning up. You don't play a daggone piano in the piano keys without tuning it up. You don't play a guitar without tuning it up. You have to tune and tighten up the strings, the chords, the vocal cords, the muscle fibers, your one accord, your choir. Everybody has to be tuned in and on the right tune together. This is what's going on right now for the elite. But everybody's not going to be considered elite. And this is where you get your hatred from. Everybody's ego makes them say, I'm the one. I want to be the one. Niggas is hearing me talk right now going, where is he getting this from? I told you I'm getting it from the air, but they don't listen. That's not possible for you to teach yourself off of breathing. Yes, it is. I'm living proof of it. The master teacher was living proof of it. Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he was being taught by a Turkish Islamic dude that had a black father and a Caucasian mother. But he came over here to do what? Tap niggas on the shoulder and say, wake up. Wake up. The war is getting ready to start. What war? It's not physical. It's spiritual first, and the spiritual war went into the mental war. Now it's a war of the minds, war of the brains. So you got brothers like Brady or cats like Brady running around going to war with your mind, your brain. He's trying to overthrow your brain computer so he can hypnotize you to follow him. He's not the only one. There's plenty of brothers out there. Just look at that one dude named Nature Boy. Nature Boy was out there doing it too, you know. And they're pretty strong at what they're talking about, so they influence a lot of people to follow them. We are not looking for followers here. They don't want us to not be looking for followers. See? Because everybody's rounding up their own team. That's what day and time we're living in, family. And I'm tired of people not recognizing it. We are at war. It's just not the kind of war you can notice because it's a silent one. We do plenty of talking because we need people to get it through their thick skulls. What's really going on here? You better learn how to breathe in from the elements and get all of your knowledge and intelligence, which is your intellect, from out of the air. And yes, there's green ether that floats around in the air that you breathe in. It's part of the noble gases, but most people don't do no studying of the elemental chart, the periodic table of elements. They don't study that stuff. So they're just looking around dumbfounded going, I want somebody to tell me what this is about. Why don't you learn about it? As soon as you learn about it, you're going to find out that what Kubesanu is talking about is real. And I don't need nobody's approval to talk about it because I've already been given permission to say what I'm saying. Because if I wasn't given permission to say it, my tongue wouldn't even be able to move. This is what people don't understand. You can't talk without breathing. Just try it. You cannot talk without breathing. You need air to think. Why is that? Because your nose is what's breathing in the ethers. They call them 6 ethers and 9 ethers. So the 9 ethers, the noble gases, is going in through the nose, and then the brain has to process the noble gases as information, family. What's in the wind? Static. Static is what? A form of electricity. You can rub your feet and socks on the carpet and then shock somebody with your finger. That's a transference of energy from the ground up that comes out through the finger. It's like small versions of microscopic explosions of static. A larger explosion of static is lightning. Lightning is part of that static electricity in the air. How do you think it's moving through the air if it don't have a pathway? So I'm just telling you, our bodies are not what you think they are. People are so caught up on their flesh and their blood that they don't really understand that this is a temporary vehicle for you. You ain't supposed to stay in this body forever. What makes you think you've actually seen yourself? Everybody thinks they seeing themselves when they look in the mirror. No, you're not. You're looking at a genetic material. That's all you're looking at.
Exactly.
The real you is on the inside of that body, driving that body, and it gives orders to the rest of the limbs of the body from the head down, which is from the top down. And I used to hear Brady say, straight from the T.O.P., like he's a goddamn rapper or some shit. I'm just letting you know, we have to learn how to think again. When Baba came and gave us right knowledge, that was supposed to teach us how to put things in order in the correct fashion for us. Nuwapu. See, sound right reasoning. If it don't sound right, get it out of here. If it don't look right, get it out of here. If it's phonetics that we're looking at, then we need to be looking at phonetics, which is what helped me form Circumology. I pay attention to the sounds of things, the tones of things. People don't think the wind can talk to you. Yes, it can. The voices you hear inside your head that don't nobody hear, you think that's you? No, you're just a participant. The wind is automatically speaking to your brain as you think throughout the day. You think all day, every day, and think, egotistically, you think that it's you. Remember, Y, O, and U are vowels that don't exist. That's the unseen realm we're talking about when we talk about you. U, A, E, I, O. See, all of them is vowels that represent you and me. See, you can't say I am without A and I, right? And then the letter M represents the waves that the particles ride on, because particles ride and move on waves, and waves are pushed through the vibration of the awl. The awl is on a cord, an electrical cord that you can hear if you pay attention to it closely. But you got so many daggone distractions in the city, you ain't never heard what silence sounds like. Don't nobody go out unless you're going camping, and then while you're out there camping, you're out there with a bunch of people that don't even know why they're out there. Everybody's always trying to have fun. They got us on some straight bull out here, man. Most of us as netters, if in the flesh, have forgot why we're here. We forgot. And then they made us not care. So that's the biggest catch right there. When will you start caring again that what I'm saying is correct or true for you and me, not just me? Just because you say, I don't know what he's talking about, and you can turn your back on it, don't mean that you won't find out one day. Yes, you will. You ain't gonna have no choice. You're gonna find out either in the body by somebody that knows, or you're gonna find out when your ass die. You're gonna go to the other side and go, holy shit, he was right. People looking for hell. I told you, you don't go to hell, you go through hell. When you come out on the other side, think about it like this. A pot of clay, in order for you to solidify the shape of the mold of the clay, before you can be molded and solidified into a supreme being, you have to go through the fire. So everybody's saying, I don't want to go to hell. I don't want to go through hell. Well, you got to in order to become who you are. Everybody goes through trials and tribulations. And who done been through more trials and tribulations than black people, Nubian people, Negroes, right? Moors. We've been through the most. So we ready for what? A solidification of being. Everybody talking about going somewhere and leaving. Well, you ain't, the Most High ain't gonna let you go no damn where if you ain't accomplished or passed this domain here. If you ain't completely figured out what living on this planet is all about, you can forget about going to another planet. You won't survive 3 seconds. Can you think about how many germs you kill throughout the day? Can you think about how many microscopic organisms you smash under your feet as you walk throughout the day? Do you want to go to a planet where you end up like that? Because you got to be grown. People have to be grown into existence. You don't just go nowhere in a full body, my G. The movies lie, bruh. They're imitations of the reality we live. They're not the reality we live, though. They're just imitations. We have to be able to look past all the crap when we watch a movie and see the truth. And the truth is in the writer's pen. So when you pay attention to the writer gives his written script to the directors tell the actors who are acting how to act, and then they give it to a producer to produce all of the computer graphics for you to go ooh and ah to. Then all of that has to be accompanied with an orchestra or symphony of music. Otherwise, you wouldn't dare watch a movie. It'd be too boring for you. It wouldn't keep your attention. Am I making any sense, brothers?
Oh yeah, you making good sense. Hey, look, I'm gonna be on my phone. I'm gonna go to the gym, but I'm gonna let it run. I'm gonna let it run. I'm gonna be on my phone though. I can switch it to my phone now. So I'm gonna.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so I'm gonna let it run, and then I still kind of like control. I'm gonna let my computer run too, but I'm gonna do it to my phone so I can still be on. Just ain't gonna be showing my face because I'm gonna go to the gym. So I'm gonna let it run though. This I'm still listening though.
All right. Now, when I say does it make sense, I'm actually saying does it make science? Because the word science and the word sense are the same daggone word, but people don't make that connection because Webster said you can't do it. Webster ain't my damn daddy. Webster don't tell you how to think. This is what Baba was saying about the language is the spell. The language is why you think the way you and I think. The language puts the spell on you. It has you operating in one fashion. And then you want to go around correcting people with language. You can't say that like that. It's said like this. Man, get over it. If the brother wants to speak it and say it in a way you think is wrong, then you the one got the problem. It ain't him. Then you can go try to correct him if you want to. And if he doesn't accept your corrective action, then what? What y'all gonna fight? You got to be willing to let people stand where they stand until they're ready to move. You know what happens when you push a person in the back? They get mad. So you don't push people. That's why I told the brother yesterday, if you want to wake somebody up, by all means, go ahead, but you take a risk. You can't wake everybody up out of their sleep. You'll get slapped upside your head.
Facts.
Some people wake up screaming. You know? They be mad at you. Oh, what's going on? See? That's why we teach the way we teach on this line, and we try to do it as much as we can now throughout the day because we understand what time it is or what cycle we in. We are in the age of Aquarius. Is the age of Aquarius or Aquarianism not air? Is it not an air sign? That's why I am here teaching about air. Air backwards is what? Ray. So unless you know what charges the air is the sunlight itself. Ray, Ra. Ear. Ear is also Ray or Ra or Re. Re means to do again. So as long as there's plenty of rays on the planet, this is going to be shit done over and over and over and over and over and over and over. You get it? Now ask yourself, is Mark Brady teaching this? And no, he didn't teach me any of this. So I don't want his old ass over there taking credit. Them is my students over there. Didn't I tell you they love me? Don't fall for that. That's hypnosis. That's hypnosis. Because he will try to take credit for all of this, the ability that me, Young Elder, Shu, Brother Pat, 12th Elder, he'll try to take credit for every bit of knowledge you got. And anything good that happens to you, he'd say he did it. Anything. Anything bad, he'll blame it on you. Put it on you. That's hypnosis. That's hypnosis. How did I find out the dude was doing it? I had to go study hypnosis, brother. I had to do my work. I had to put work in. I couldn't keep letting this dude lead us astray and hurting people. I have a protective spirit. So I don't aim to do nothing but arm you. How do I arm you? I arm you with wisdom. Baba armed you with knowledge. Now it's time for niggas to be armed with wisdom. Okay? You're going to have to arm yourself with reasoning and understanding after you get this wisdom. And I ain't the only one giving it. There's some people out here tricking you with it. Wisdom is what? W-I-T, wit. Wit is wisdom. Wit. So when you look at the word witch in Circumology, you'll see the word witch is actually the word W-H-I-C-H, not just W-I-T-C-H. Wit with CH on the end of it, the CH represents the chi, which is the energy to make a CH choice. So witchcraft is literally which craft do you want to use?
Exactly.
And you, when you were born with talents. Talents, abilities, qualities, potential, and you're able to what? Put your hands to work to bring any craft or any creation you want from your creative being into fruition. And you can't do that without being a craft. So you got all these people looking for shams. Oh, you want to look for a spaceship to come? Use the spaceship. You move around through space all day, every day. And then you tell people to mind my space, get out of my space. You violating my personal space. Well, how you gonna not be a craft and you moving around through space all day and claiming space? And then you got enough talent to what? Do arts and crafts. What do they call it the way I speak? Articulate. See? Artifact, artistry, everything is art. Everything. Because art deals with creativity. And they want to pay you, people that lack certain levels of creativity, want to pay you to create for them. So you end up being in the NBA. You end up being part of the NFL, NHL, whatever pro leagues they got out there for you to trap you up using all your what? Craftsmanship. You know how to build homes? Well, they want you working for a Caucasian construction company. It keeps you from growing your own. And then they got niggas hating each other so bad that we don't even want to work for each other, of each other, by each other. We don't want to do it because we're sick. Everybody wants an all-body dollar bill. 2 or 3 classes ago, I explained we need to come up with our own form of currency and own form of energy to move around and exchange with each other. And we need to bring sharing back. We need to bring sharing back. We need to bring trading back. So if we bring sharing and trading back, we can eliminate the need for the dollar. But first, we'd have to be building our own homes. We'd have to be defining our own terms. Is a term not a sentence? And don't you use terms in a sentence? But when you go to jail, don't they give you a term in your sentence? You see how they keep flipping and tricking us with words, wordplay? I'm here to make sure that don't happen to us no daggone more. We got to quit falling for language spells and emotional spells. Somebody making you feel guilty about something is casting a spell on you. It's called a guilt trip. Trip is something you do right before you fall. Not before you go somewhere. Mostly it's before you fall. You trip over your own feet. You trip over something that was laid out for you to trip over. So when somebody's putting you on a guilt trip, tell them to their face, this is how you crack that spell. You tell them, I ain't falling for that. That's as simple as that. I'm not falling for that. And watch how mad they get. They go from crying to anger because they're vibrating on 6 ether energy, and the 6 ether energy tells you, like Dr. Delbert Blair explained what reptilians think like, fight, flight, feed, and fornicate. So you're going to end up doing one of those 4. But a higher mind, an ascended master, is not going to be looking at you that way. They're going to wonder what you're getting so upset about. Because they have what you call the temperance of a Jedi. They don't get bent out of shape. You gonna tell me no? Me? After all I've done for you? Like, nigga, what did you do? What is all this you've done? And then the stuttering starts, And then they got to go way back to 1980. Remember that time in 1985 when I stopped you from getting jumped? Be like, yeah, but I didn't pay you back for that already in good energy. No, but you still owe me though. No, I do not. These are guilt trips that we as Nubian people have to stop working on each other. Young Elder's cousin the other day said his cousin came by with stolen meat that he stole from their grandmother and then sold it to Young Elder. And then his auntie had to come over there and retrieve grandma's meat back so that she could take it back to the house because this cat was on drugs. So unless you know, and I'm letting you know if you don't know, our minds are gone. Our brains, that is. Your brain has been reprogrammed to hate yourself. If I tell you Nubian people have reptilian genes in them, people start going, no, the reptilian's supposed to eat people. I'll be like, you eat people? No, I don't. When? Well, you don't think chickens breathe air? Cows, don't they breathe air? Don't the pig eat air? Breathe? They breathe in air, don't they? Don't all these air beings breathe air? Huh? So how do you know who you're eating? You don't pay attention to the particle realm. You don't care nothing about particles. You're not taught to care about the small stuff. But they control everything. The particles, the elements, man, the ions, the atoms, the molecules. That's what makes up a whole body for you to drive around in. So why don't we respect them? Didn't the master teacher tell you I'm in the love of the all and all love is in me? I'm a part of the all and the all is a part of me, right?
Yeah.
That means the quantum field is the all, brothers and sisters. Quantum mechanics, quantum physics, quantum entanglement, quantum tunneling, quantum this, quantum that. Just look at the quantum. And you'll find out all the secrets. They'll be revealed to you over time, not all at once. Over time, you'll gain access to more and more genetic memory. Keep drinking water. Keep getting exercise. Exercise, I say it all the time, is exorcism. Anybody that got a demon in them be doing plenty of what? Sweating. Plenty of what? Throwing up. Plenty of what? Cussing. See? And then they get tied down to a bed. When really all they need is some heat. Because heat purifies. Cold is what hell is to be in you. To be frozen. Like when a police officer says, freeze. Why don't he tell you to heat up? He don't tell you that, do he? Because freezing is to stop the mobility of the craft. To keep it stuck. See? They put you in cells. They keep us on cold-blooded activity. We act cold-blooded towards each other. Now we running around here thinking the reptilians is going to take over the planet. If they do, it would be us. Didn't the story, here's a story goes in Sumerian tablets, and didn't Anu have intercourse with Id? Wasn't Id reptilian? Was not Erishkigal reptilian? Anybody? I mean, because I'm sure y'all remember.
Facts.
I'm sure you remember. So all this negativity about reptilian got to stop. Why don't you look at the Draconians as negative? Look at the Dracula people as negative. The ones that bite and want to kill from eating is negative. But all reptilians don't eat meat. I talked about that, man. There's the bacillus lizard that runs on water. It eats meat, but the iguana does not. Now, is the iguana bad? See, there's snapping turtles, and then there's tortoises that don't snap. You got to think about this stuff. If y'all study nature, you'll see the differences. There's a positive, there's a negative, and then there's the neutral point. And a lot of things evolved to vegetarian lifestyles over time to save their whole species. Now think about what I just said. They evolved over time to vegetarians to save their whole species. Now Dr. Sebi, Dr. Alila Africa, Jehuti Ma'at Ra, there's a whole bunch of healers out there that's trying to get us to what? Change the body so that we can survive. Because if you keep eating meat, here's what's going to happen. You're going to become a zombie, meaning brain dead. And it's insulting to say someone that's brain dead is a vegetable. That's insulting. Vegetables, they give intelligence, not take it away. They keep on running spell work on us. Make them hate vegetables. That's a way of doing it right there. Every reptile is not bad. And then reptiles also are needed. Think about this. If I had a field and a plantation and I was growing crops, who you think gonna be eating all my vegetables up before I can get to them? The rats and the insects. So if I have a couple of things out there, like like say for instance a snake, right? And I have not just a snake out there, a couple birds, and then I have a frog or an iguana. If I have an iguana, I mean not an iguana, a chameleon. If I put in a chameleon out there, a chameleon gonna eat the bugs. See, a chameleon gonna eat the bugs. The cat will eat the rats and play with them. So you got to have a snake out there too, because the snake is gonna eat the rats. He knows what his job is. They're gonna hunt them down and eat them. They're gonna burrow down in the holes, and then they're gonna save your crops. All you got to do is be wise enough not to get bit yourself. See, this is part of a cycle or a system and a way of life that we let go of to be taken care of by our opponent. Our adversary feeds us. And we wonder why our brains is messed up and we ain't thinking straight. This stuff is what we as elves come down in bodies to be grown by our own bloodlines again to warn you. But if you think there's no such thing as an ancient Egyptian returning, then you're just as foolish as they made you to be. They want you thinking and waiting on Jesus. Jesus is Horus. Jesus is the story of Asar. Jesus is the story of many other brothers, Abel. People that betrayed others that were what? Abel and Cain's can't. So they need crutches. And if you need crutches, you need a crutch. Crutch is the word church backwards. So you go in the church, you're leaning on the crutch. You are a Cain. And you know what people are called that need canes to walk? Lame. And what do lame people do? Blame. As in be lame. I hope I'm making plenty of good science to you.
Very much so.
We have to learn how to encode and decode things because everything is a code. Not C-O-L-D, C-O-D-E, code. It's encoded. Encrypted. Encrypted. Now they got cryptocurrency. Think about this stuff now. And I'm using Circumology for those that don't know.
Yo.
You have encryption. And you have crypto. Then you have tales from the crypt. Keepers of the crypt. What is the crypt? See? It deals with death. It deals with the finalization of death and killing. So you have to be able to break through the encryptions in order to find out what's being hidden. Because there's things hidden in plain sight. but you can't see it because you're blind. Not the two eyes you have on the skull, but your mind, your brain is offline. And if your brain is offline, you're blind. You're feeling your way through on the planet like other insects and animals that need to feel the vibration of somebody moving in order for them to know they got something to eat. You're blind. Blind people walk with a cane too, don't they?
Facts.
Deaf people, they hear nothing, but they feel vibration. There are spiders that hide under the dirt in the desert. And when they feel the vibration of food, they surface. Tarantulas do it, right? Spiders make silk. But are they the only species that make silk? No. There's silkworms and silk that comes from other different beings on this planet. But it comes from an outside or inside of their body. It's produced on the inside of their body, comes out, and then we harness that, and then we wear it, and we sell it for high price to each other, to a bunch of idiots and dummies. And when I say dummy, I mean dim light. Your light is dim. You're unable to see. Your inner light ain't glowing bright enough. That's your solar plex. It ain't glowing bright enough. You don't have no nocturnal vision. You're supposed to be able to see all this stuff and hear it all by now. And you can't do that as long as you're still thinking you got to vote for a president to save your ass. You think paperwork gonna free you? No. Our people have to get our minds out of our asses. We got to quit being assholes to each other. We got to quit playing male and female against each other. We got to quit playing the old against the young. We got to quit looking at light-skinned brothers going, you ain't good enough. And light-skinned brothers quit looking at brown-skinned, copper-skinned brothers, dark copper-skinned brothers like we ain't good enough. Because it's part of their plot, their plan, their scheme to stay on our land and keep it. I talk about reparations all the time. Reparations is to repair. You cannot repair a nation of people with money that don't have your face on it. You can't do it. Everybody's going to be super happy when the money come raining down, though. I don't know what this nigga's talking about. I just bought a new house, but it ain't your house. If you bought it and it was already built when you moved in it, then fool, it ain't yours. The only thing that's yours is what you craft with your own hands. That's all you really own. We have to come to the reality of this. We got to stop fighting this, what I'm talking about here. Self-creativity. Quit letting people tell you your outfit look ugly because you didn't buy it at the store. You know where you learn all this crap from? School. You learn it being young and around a bunch of other foolish children that are not taught anything about etiquette in life from their parents. And then you go to school with all these little demons. They the ones tell you you got 4 eyes when you got to wear glasses. They the ones tell you your breath stink all the daggone time. The children are the ones that give you trauma. It's no coincidence that the Hebrew word for school is shul, and shul is hell. We all went through hell, levels and degrees of hell to become an adult. But you forgot it was hell because you learned to love hell. You learned to love it. I'm going back to school. For what? I'm going to go get my degrees. Which degrees are you getting? Are you getting warmer or are you getting colder? Because you can go both ways in degrees. Are you getting closer to nature or are you getting farther away from it? We have to start thinking like in nature, natural terms. I'm not going to say like me or like this, because this is the way I've been trained to think from going through all of this hell. There's been people that have been shot, that have been stabbed, that have been jumped, They didn't have their girls taken from them. Girls didn't been molested and raped and stuff, and they got their first piece at school. And the parents don't know. They don't find out until you get old enough and bold enough to say, yeah, I lost my virginity at school, mama. Yeah, dad, you know, I got my first piece at school. Parents don't even have no idea what you're doing. You at school thinking you grown. And it's worse now because children are challenging the teachers like they ain't nothing. And what do? We get mad because they got security in the school now to help tame your children. Why? Because you got to go to work. You see how this system is playing us? They play us from the ground up. They play us. They start playing you as soon as you come out the womb when they smack you. They introduce you to pain and bright light first. And they introduce you to being taken away from your mama first. They take you out of her womb, pull you out by your head, hang you upside down, smack you on your butt, take you into another room where foreign alien hands are handling you. They probing you and taking temperatures like you a damn lab rat, and then they bring you back to your mama as if they done the greatest thing in the world for her. And she sits there dumbfounded, thinking, oh, thank you for bringing my baby back. And then you can't get the baby to latch on to the teat. It's trauma, family. When has the hospital done any of us good behind something good? Death is big business to them. Sickness is big business. Ignorance is big business. They need you to be dumb. The lion needs for the gazelle to not see him or her coming. You see? Predators prey. And they taught us how to what? Pray in church. They didn't teach you how to meditate. They didn't teach you how to what you was talking to. I'm letting cats know right now. You've been talking to the particles. You've been talking to the air. You can call it Allah. You can call it Anu. You can call it whatever you want to call it. But know this: you're talking to the air. You talk to yourself. You're talking to the air. The air is what carries out the orders for you. The air is where your family goes when they leave out the body. You ever seen somebody dying in hospice? Don't their mouths be cocked open? They can't even close their mouths. They got them hooked up to machines. Now take in consideration hospice, a being laying on the bed can't close their mouth. And then go all the way back to ancient Kemet and make the connection. Opening of the mouth ceremony. You see? Is it making sense? Is it becoming clear? We've always done this stuff. It's before you leave the body. People still have chances to make contact with you and speak to you while you're still in the body before you actually exhale or exit out of hell. The body is a vacuum. It contains you. If you think I'm lying, just go put some water in a glass jar and seal it shut. And then check the levels as the levels drop over the years. This is you. Okay? Teach it to your children in a scientific manner, not a religious, mythological manner. Don't be tricking and fooling your kids and your children the way you were. It's time to teach people better. We have to come up with our scientific methods to teach people about this system that I'm explaining here, the cycles that we live through, and we live out of and in and out of and in. There are planets out here that have grown to be larger than this planet tenfold. It's like a basketball next to a rock. Some planets. The sun in itself used to be a planet. A planet like, not this one, but a planet. A planet is a plane or a plant or a PLNT because you take the vowels out, remember? What vowels do you have to take out of the word planet to make it PLNT? You have to take the A and the E out. A and E. E and A. EA. EA. Inky. You got to be willing to dive into these things and encode and decode and blast through the firewall, as they say. Because all of it's hidden in plain sight. Start taking the letters, writing them down singular on a piece of paper, and then start spinning the paper so you can see the different variations and forms of the letter that you're looking at. Then you'll begin to see the letters are a code. You could put codes inside of codes, inside of codes, inside of codes, dealing with symbols. End up being like the Riddler, dang near, with how you can crack riddles. No more confusion. No more being against coming together. Against fusion, right? We have to bond. Bond is what fusion is, bonding. Nubians don't like to bond no more. You know, as soon as we see each other, we cop an attitude. We don't even say hi to each other no damn more. Most of us, the good people, still running around smiling. But the negative people have been made to be negative through the system. That's what I call magic. I mean, the effects of manipulation. The word manipulate is man, I pull, ate. Man, I pull, at. So the manipulator person is to what? Pull upon their energy. But what does it mean in Webster's dictionary? You can keep Webster's dictionary. I don't care. Just understand. Each letter is a symbol. A symbol is a picture. And a picture is worth 1,000 words or more. So every letter that you see in a word, each letter in itself is its own book. I know it sounds hard and complicated, but it's not. All you got to do is start looking into these symbols. And I'm talking about inside you, not the books. When you look at the letter P stands upright, looks like a backward 9. You lay it down on his back, then it starts to look like somebody's baseball cap on their head. You turn it another way to where you can't see the bill, and it looks like a loaf of bread or a hill or a mound. All of that stuff means something to me. Which way is the 6? The 6 is a 9 turned upside down. You know, 6 and 9 are the same when it comes to the symbol they gave you. Both of them represent the left and the right eye. All you got to do is lay it down. See? Lay the 6 down on his back and you'll see what direction the pupil is looking. Lay the 9 down on his face and you'll see which direction the pupil is looking. Look, use your artistic thinking to figure it out. Draw it out. Write it down. Inscribe it. Describe it. Scribe it, period. Scribble it. You notice I said 3 variations of the word scribe? Inscribe, describe, and scribble. Then they make us play Scrabble. And what's it called when 2 dudes is fighting? Scrap. Scrapping. They scrapping. This stuff ain't no coincidence. They've been controlling us through symbols and language for too long. Your mind got to be set free. It's got to be made free. You got to make up your mind that you want to be free. Free of mental control. Free your will. If you don't free your will, you ain't gonna never be still steering the starship because somebody else has their hands on your will. Like you, like me, driving a truck, driving a car, driving anything, you got to steer, don't you? Steer, S-T-E-E-R is S-T-I-R, stir. Stir and steer is also S-T-A-R, star. S-T-A-R is S-T-A-R-E, stare. They're the same. That's why when you go and you zone out, you're staring. People be snapping their fingers in front of your face. Go to Tommy, Earth to Tommy, wake up. Because you left. But you're so attached to your body that you think you can't leave and be part of the body at the same time. Yes, you can. Tran, tron, transit, transition. It's to change from one point to the next. It's a position move. You're moving when you're in a trance. The body might be sitting still, but you are moving all over the quantum field. You're moving all over. You become the star again when you stare. So they call it star gazing, or they call it gazing. You ever stare into a mirror? You can look inside your pupil and then look inside the pupil of that pupil and then look inside the pupil of that pupil's pupil and see yourself getting smaller. But it's still you. What's a grain? A grain is like a kernel or seed, right? Grain of salt, a grain of dirt, a grain of grass. But it starts from there and it builds and it bonds with other things and collects and becomes larger and bigger the same way you did inside your mother's stomach when your father shot you off in your water ship that looks just like a snake. Every spermatozoa or spermatozoa or sperm cell looks like a little microscopic snake. The energy that makes it move where the tail is waving like waves. Then you get to the egg and only one of y'all can make it inside the ship because your head meets the egg first. Your head, your soul, it reaches the egg, then it gets there, and then guess what? You activate entrance through thought. Through thought. What happens to your brothers? They go back into the absorption of the star system inside the body. And then they're excreted through sweat and breathing. And any other dead cells that come out of the body in the form of nails and boogers and earwax and tears. And then they get back into the quantum field again through evaporation. This is a system, family, a star system right here on Earth, and Earth is part of a larger star system. While we came down here in this planet to help this planet as an organism, as a star, because this planet is also a star to another galaxy. How come we can't make that connection that stars ain't nothing but suns, moons, and planets? And then there's the microscopic stars called atoms or photons, particles. Energy, family, energy. And I know y'all know what I'm talking about because you're very intelligent people. You just can't get it confused anymore. And the only way to not get it confused is to learn how to use your brain, the whole brain. tie it all in together. If you can't see everything as one, you're going to be confused. Everything moves on waves. Everything communicates on waves, whether it's sound waves, physical ground waves, air waves, sun waves, light waves, waves, family. And waves look like what? The letter N, the letter M, the letter U. The M. If you write 3 M's, you got 9 humps, 9 waves. You see? Turn it upside down. Now you got 9 waves with dips in them, like 9 cups. This is how my brain works. Turn it sideways. You can see it all looking like either the number 3 or the letter E, capital. Think it's a coincidence the letter E curls when it's in lowercase? Like your hair would? All of this stuff in the letters is symbols to represent you and me. And in ancient Kemet, we knew this. Because the Grand Master taught us how to what? Spell. How to spell cast or how to write. So Tahuti told me or taught me inside my brain and said, he who controls the pen controls the thoughts within. They control the narrative. Nair, neuron, neuro, right? And then look at the word Orion and read it backwards. Drop the O. It's no or, okay? No or. You are the neuron. There's neurons going on, synapses from the neurons firing off through electricity, static electricity, you're breathing, and you're able to process things, and then you're able to store the memory in the black box. How do you think we design cars? How do you think we design bicycles? How do you think we design? They're designed off of things we see, and we have to craft them, mold and shape them, and then it takes brilliance. Brilliance deals with bright, being bright. How come bright is equivalent to being intelligent? Is dumb, and that's equivalent to being an idiot. Because you're a light photon particle. And all of your family that exists on the outside of your body are joined back together with the other family in the particle realm, and they can all look at you and see you from above, but they can't communicate with you with box. So they have to go inside your ear, or they have to go in through your eye, pupil, black hole, as a vision. When you have visions and you're gazing and staring off into what they call space, and then all of a sudden you snap out of it and you're going, oh, I just seen grandmama. Oh, I just seen somebody get murdered. Oh, because they're communicating. You close your eyes, you start hearing the voices inside your head, and then you take your crazy ass down there to the hospital and talk about, Doc, I can't get the voices out of my head. That's because the voices are trying to tell you you're gifted. They need you, the voices, but you don't know how to tame them. You don't know how to discipline your thinking, so you get scared. The word scare is the word scar. To scare somebody is to scar somebody, to leave a groove on the brain that they can't remove. Something else has to be programmed in the brain to let that groove stretch itself out. They have to override. The writing is on the brain, family. Each groove in your brain is a language. Each groove is a memory. Each groove is part of your life story being recorded on the brain computer. And we get so cocky running around here talking about I'm conscious. I'm conscious, you conscious, I'm a conscious brother. That's a conscious sister. You can't even breathe without the 9 conscious gases. So yeah, the 9 gases and the 6 ether gases, they're the consciousness, people. You have a brain that processes conscience. Everybody's infatuated with how good their bodies look. I look good. I'm in shape. You better be. Because you can sag all the way down to the ground by letting yourself get too what? Loose. And you know who Lucifer was supposed to be? The destroyer of the cipher. Loose, and mechanics know the saying goes, righty tighty, lefty loosey. And then they tell you when you're crazy, you got what? A few screws loose. So that's all Lucifer is designed to do, is to get you to relax your bowels. Let loose. Be loose. Ain't that what they call a woman that's fast? Loose? What happens when you tighten up? You start doing things right. Righty tighty. See how simple it is to make the connections? Tighty, righty, tighty, tooty, TT, tahooty. That means that when things is tight, you're using that thought, that forethought, that before thought, before something happens thought, not the afterthought. Like Prometheus and his brother in the Greek mythology. Prometheus represented forethought. His brother represented afterthought. Think ahead. When I was talking about chess yesterday, that's what I was trying to tell people. Chess helps practice forethought. So you can be for thought and not against it. If you're for thought, then you're for Tahuti. And thought is the fastest thing moving around in the realm of thinking. So therefore, you have to be able to catch thought. Henceforth, Mercury in the Greek mythology was created to fool you. Mercury. It's the fastest planet that we have moving around the sun. So in order to catch a thought and hold on to a thought for a while takes skill. It takes laser focus. So how do you know when Tahuti is teaching you? Pure thought. When you recognize the purity of the thought and you're able to catch that thought and then do something with that thought. Because the thought, which Tahuti lending you a helping hand, but you got to use your own hands. Everything on this planet moves in waves, and I can give you several examples. Thought waves. That's one. That's a start. You got light waves. When you're out in the desert, people think they're hallucinating and they see water off in the distance. It's called a heat wave. Water moves in waves. When you look at the dirt and you put your head down on the ground and you see the eye level of the dirt, you can see it all moves in wave patterns. Waves. The wind blows, and you can put up a flag to see how the wind in itself is waves. And then a black man or Nubian man can get his hair cut low, and you can see waves. The hair absorbs solar energy, especially dark brown or to black hair. It absorbs the energy of the sun that goes inside the brain, and that gives you more potential to think. You got access to galactic intelligence before anybody else does because you have black hair. Hair is heir. Heir is heir to the throne, or the next in line, next up. You are the heir to the family. They spell it H-A-I-R for you, and they also spell it H-I-E-R or H-E-I-R, however you want to flip that. But backwards, it's Ray. Once again, letting you know that the rays give everything the charge. Their potential, their movement. Rays. And we all came here on rays. Rays blast off from the sun in every direction, not one, every direction. They come in almost like cones of light, spirals of light, vortexes of light. And you see them shining through the clouds like that, or blasting through the clouds like that. They come down through every gap and every crevice, because what clouds do as water, they help reflect light. That's why chemtrails are being produced, to save white people's skin. That's a water, that's an ocean up there. It's an ocean of clouds. That's why they rain. And we come down from up there in the heavens down here as rain, because the word rain backwards is nair. Rain forwards is two words, ray and in, as in Ra is coming in. Coming in like you come in your mother. Like you come in your woman. Water molecules bring us in. The man breathes in the energy through his nose and produces the water molecule in his testicles, which is why everything down there is called a sea man. There are no sea women. There's sea men. You don't get the feminine body until you develop your starship, because we need other transportation to get the particles into this realm. So they hold the gate. Women hold the gate. The gate is the vagina, the womb, the vortex. It's a 5-point star gate. And the men come through that. We come through that to help you, and then we develop into women and men, whatever is needed. And you know what tells her what's needed? Her own thoughts that she collects from breathing, because she helps form the skin and the epidermis of the body from breathing in dust particles that are alive also in the air. They bring in information into her body to make sure that the child has what it needs. So what are vaccines needed for again? If your child is born deformed, sister, then you need to check the man that you procreated with. And sometimes your starship is insufficient because it's damaged. You are a mothership. You're a mothership. You carry all the shams for the crafts to come in. Then we land here to help. Help the family, help the bloodline, correct past mistakes. Because there ain't no such thing as past or future. There's only the now, which is the present, and it's always a gift. We know this, but we ignore it for stupid stuff. I gotta go to work. Doesn't mean you're not a starship, sister. It doesn't mean you're not a mothership. What happens when they take the mothership down? That's why y'all are constantly under attack. Our women are constantly under attack. What kind of attack? Spiritual. Y'all are constantly under a mental attack. And that mental attack makes you fight against the very being that came here to help aid you. Because you don't listen to your male, at all. Why? Well, Baba said women are smarter than men. And that's why you don't listen to the man. I ain't say do what he says. I'm saying y'all supposed to learn how to weigh things out from your perspective and his. It's called balance for a reason. It's called ma'at, matter, mother for a reason. Math is what you and your husband are supposed to be good at. There's no such thing as a problem that doesn't have a mathematical equation to solve it. And solve, the root word is soul. So both of y'all got enough soul so y'all can solve the problem. But you can't as long as the system plays us against each other. And y'all don't know that y'all motherships. Y'all don't know that y'all stargates. The man also is a stargate too. Don't count him out. Black woman is God, and the black man is too. If you God, he God. How you getting here without him, and how is he getting here without you? Think about this. I just told y'all how you develop into the man's testicles. So you need him, and then he needs you to produce a third density starship for this domain here called the third density. And then all the little things work together to create this machine called a body. You need the solid matter. The epidermis is the first thing formed in the woman. It's the first thing because it's a shell. It's the largest organism that the body carries is the skin. And it's got its own mind. It's called a membrane. Everywhere in the body where there's the word brain, just because it's spelled B-R-A-N-E doesn't mean it's not B-R-A-I-N. That is where the spell is. Membrane, brain, same thing. And you have them throughout your entire body. There's systems, central points of instruction. Without a membrane, the skin will not repair itself. Anybody got anything they want to add to this, elders? Did I put y'all to sleep?
No, you didn't put us to sleep, man. No, I got one thing. I can add one thing.
Go ahead.
You're saying steer. I thought about a steer like an ox.
Yeah. That's another. See, that's addition right there.
Yeah, a steer, an ox, and leg, ox.
Oh yeah.
He turns to an ox. You know what I'm saying? When he starts letting them steer you.
Oh yeah. And you ain't doing nothing but working the fields like the ox.
Yeah.
Hey, when he said the mothership, what happens when the mothership go down, nobody answer. And what happens when the mothership go down is all the baby planes, they connected to the mothership, so they go down as well. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I was trying to add that, but I went close to my phone when I was like when I heard you say it. I was like, damn, I wish I could unmask mute real quick, but
because that pertains to what? All of the space movies we've seen.
Yeah, Independence Day is one example. When they had to blow up the mothership in order to stop all the little ships.
Facts. Now think about this. They took the daddies out of the home, started attacking the mother with stress of working jobs and being in the system, and then she lost her babies to the system. Is that not the same thing? Is that not the same thing? She went down, then the children lose too. I mean, I ain't trying
That's
to
the
be
thing.
heavy with this. This is real.
Nah, that's real though. That's real though, because I remember the stress my mother used to go through being a single parent and how she used to be so stressed. And it definitely affects the children.
Mm-hmm. I'm telling y'all this because it's time for you to know what you are. The elders on the talk about this over and over and over and over for several years now, but the audience that's listening, pay attention. This ain't got nothing to do with your religion.
We got
It
almost
don't
like
have
200
anything
people
to
in here
do.
too. So it's like we hit a record today. We got like almost 200 people. So go ahead.
Well, I'm sure enough glad that the master sent them because they need to know. The woman has to overstand. You go see a gynecologist, he's violating the vortex called a womb. That's a vortex, family. It's a vacuum. I mean, when you and your man is making love, don't air get sucked up in there sometime that you got to press out? It's a vacuum. And they call it the vacuum of space. And once he blasts the energy off into you, he's given all the souls that he carries in his testicles a chance to come into existence here. And then they created Planned Parenthood so they can plan out your parenthood so your children ain't no good to you. Your children are supposed to be the best thing that you've ever had, and motherhood is supposed to be the best job you'll ever work. But they took that away from you and made you want to go to college. Nowadays, a woman got to have a job too. Not necessarily. It's about what you expect out of life. What do you want? That's why you work in a job, so you can have what you want. It's not what nature gives a dang on about. Nature don't care nothing about that. All nature it cares about is that you allow the baby to come into existence. You allow the ship that the man planted in you that was planted in him. Allow it to form and then have a job, which is to carry on the cycle continuously. And then we run around going and waiting on Jesus to pop up, knowing daggone well each baby that a woman has is Jesus. You waiting on Jesus to come? It's your son. Nubian woman. Your son comes through with a crown already on his head. It's called hair. And I explained it to you. Hair as in heir. Heir to what? Heir to the throne. He's divine, but he can't be if the mothership has been destroyed. He can't be if the father craft is not allowed to train him in the craft. The craft of what? Life. What's life backwards? E-file, E-field. Take the E, put it on the other side of the L, you got file. So the whole time you're here, you're recording a file. Who's the file for? The file is for the bloodline. It's being written on the brain and stored in the blood and in the mitochondria DNA to be passed through each body, each vessel, each ship, from ship to ship. Ships don't fly without information. So they need to stay in the pure bloodline to have the information. That's why you don't give your children up to foster care, because foster care is false. Star care. See how I broke it down phonetically and I didn't spell it out? It's false. Star care. That means it's fake. It's artificial. It's designed to override the children's natural mind and brain that they have with the information encoded in the DNA to bring forth to fix problems on this planet, because all of you have children that come here to help fix problems. They're called messiahs, a messa. And what's a mess? A mess is something you clean up. So all of the children that are coming out of your Stargate are supposed to help you clean up. So why are you letting them sit in there and play video games all day without cleaning up the house with you? When you know you got a problem doing it all on your own. Make them do it. And if they don't, then the warrior of the house, which is the father, comes home and he makes them do it. And then they learn this is the family way. Because cleanliness is next to what? Godliness. Do you want to breathe in bad air? When somebody fart, do you just go breathing it in? No, that's stinky. That's messy. You don't want that kind of air in your body. You don't want it going in your chest. You want the clean air. So your children are supposed to help you produce that cleanliness. And they do. But you got to train them. If you don't train them, they're not. We train them to rebel against us. We got to stop doing that. If your child has an artistic ability, not autism, artism, artistic, and they can draw, and drawing includes writing. So if your child has got great penmanship and they can write real good, then hey, they can be taught by the mother to write books early. Women have some of the prettiest and most sophisticated handwriting that there is. Who do you think Shishat was? Shishat, backwards is like saying Tasha. We had a lot of black women named Tasha here today. Just make sure you know that what I'm talking about has to be done. You have to start acknowledging yourself as a Stargate. Originally, we were both sexes, hermaphrodite, hemaphrodite, were the first gatekeepers, the first Stargates. Do you think that the planet is not producing them anymore? There's still hermaphrodites all over this planet. They're just being born in certain areas that have what you call denser air, more moisture, and they're being born in safer zones. A lot of them are being born in South America. A lot of them are being born in Africa. Because if they're born here in America, they got to run and hide. They're still gatekeepers. In order for us to bring beings down from the air into existence here to help us, when you pray, you're asking for it. Acknowledge that when you have a child, that is what your answers are to your prayers. Stop waiting on something else to come out the sky. It already came out the sky when the man breathed it in and then shot it into you. They don't call it ejaculation for nothing. It's ejecting. They eject a being, a water being, right on into you so they could become a physical being here. So he has to go through the stages. Solid, liquid, gas. They have to go through the gas, liquid, solid stage. That's how we're formed, from gas to liquid to solid. And then when you leave out of the body, it's a reverse. Your body stays here, your blood dries up, right? That's the liquid part. It dries up. It goes back into the ethers as well. And then the breath part of you that belongs to the gas, which is the true you, goes back into the ethers, which are in the quantum field. You become one with the quantum field again. That's heaven. Now, how can somebody hit the air? You can't touch air. You can eject things into the air that are part of the air, but you can't try to fight air and look how stupid you look, unless you're shadow boxing. It's the safest place. In heaven ain't nothing but haven. Haven means a safe place. Another heaven inside the body is in the brain when you close your eyes and go to sleep. People can kill you in your sleep, but you probably wouldn't feel any of it. Just wouldn't be able to drive that ship anymore. You'd be released. This is why I said there's no such thing as death. People will acknowledge energy is neither created nor destroyed, and then in the same breath they'll say, but Jesus saved me. I'll be looking at people going, what are you saying? Did you even hear yourself? How are you going to agree with me when I say energy created nor destroyed, sister? And the sister be like, yeah. Brother be like, yeah, that's true. And then I'll be like, well, why are you going to church? Oh, I want to be saved. From what? Yourself? You don't hear the ants complaining. They die every day in mass numbers. See, spiders is dying every day in mass numbers. Animals dying every day in mass numbers. There's dead carcasses laying on the side of the road from cars hitting them. Where's their funeral? Is that right? Or is it wrong? But it ain't gonna stop us from driving, is it? We just keep right on pushing. What this Caucasian created as a destructive force, and how many lives do vehicles claim every year? Because death is big business. War, sickness is big business. To a being that knows that if our numbers get too strong, they don't stand a chance. A chance at what? At being independent. That's the only thing they want. Now, if Nubians agreed to say, let us have our land back, but we won't try to kill y'all and kick y'all off the land. We'll let y'all just die on off on your own. You think war wouldn't happen? It would, but it wouldn't be us fighting against us anymore. It would be us looking at them cause chaos because they're afraid. And then you'd really see who was scared the whole damn time. Creating all these horror movies. Don't let your children watch none of these daggone scary movies. Remember, scare is to scar. Scar what? Scar the brain. As soon as they get scared, they go to bed and they can't think straight. Because there's a scar on the brain called a groove. Mommy, there's something under my bed. No, it's not, son. Ain't nothing under there, but the child can see it. Why? Because their brain is still vibrating at higher speeds than yours. Yours is now dull. It's not as sharp. You can't create the vivid visions that they can. It's called a nightmare. And what's a mare? Not just a horse, not just a myrrh or a pyramid, not just a house of fire. It's the light in the night that they're scared of. Nightmare, nightlight. And then you put a nightlight in their room to keep them calm. Oh, they play with us too much. They play with you, family. They play with your brain. They play with the very intellect that you possess here on this planet. They know that me and you are the natural caretakers of nature in the physical form. Henceforth, back in ancient Tamaray, we called ourselves Natiru, or Nesjaru, or the Natharu. Whatever name you want to use, whatever pronunciation you want to use, just know you are nature personified. White people, they're nature personified too, but guess what side of nature they are? They're the Celsius degrees. They're the cold, white snowflakes that murder all green vegetation in the winter. Think about what I'm saying now, because it pertains to how they do in the physical form. The caveman used to live inside the cold mountains. They didn't even eat their food by cooking it with fire until they met fire beings, beings of the sun, had to teach them about heat. We allowed them a chance to free themselves from the confines of the cave. And then we thought that we could contain them. They eventually gained access to being free through mixing into the vine called the bloodline, our seed. Now they're running amok on the planet and they don't want to go back in the caves. They was being called to the caves back in like 2015 or Mount Shasta. It was being called to go back inside the planet then, but they wouldn't leave. Now look at them trying to become one with robots so they can still walk the planet without burning up. What does it look like when a white person gets sunburned and their skin start peeling? Looks like the air is eating them. Sunlight is eating on them.
When you say they got called back to Mount Shasta, who was contacting them?
They got called back. The Ashtar Command was telling them to go back in the mountains. Billy Woodard is one of them. Billy Woodard is a Flugerod on the land right now. Hermaphrodite, Flugerod. He was telling them it was time to go.
Really?
See? What did they do to him when he came to the surface? His own stepfather molested and raped him because he had a vagina and titties and breasts and long blonde hair like a woman, but he's both sexes. So he got molested and abused. And then the father sold his vagina up. Did you know that?
Nah,
then they made him full bird Connor. I mean, this dude went through hell just to warn his own people. This is how crazy they are. They bring death and destruction behind the guise or disguise of peace, because it's peaceful in the wintertime. Don't things get real quiet in the winter? Because it's a lot of death. They set it up that way. They are the snow. You and me are the rain. See? I'm talking about elements.
Well, I'm just trying to understand if they want to, if the Ashtar and them want to take the planet over, why would they tell these beings to go back in the cave? I'm trying to understand that their what they're up to as far as that's concerned.
If the Ashtar took over the planet, the surface, the planet would be, all of the planet would be an ice age. That's what they mean. That's what I mean. The planet, if we take over, will be a greenhouse tropical planet with green vegetation everywhere. What comes out of your mouth into the air is carbon dioxide. That helps feed the vegetation, while the vegetation gives us oxygen to breathe. So it's a transforming. It's a transferring of energy from us to the plants, from the plants to us. But Caucasians, they don't breathe the same way. They're ice cold. They're in nature, they're the destructive force. We're the productive force. We're the healers. They're the dealers, the killers. You see, this is real. That's why I said they're carnivorous and we're herbivores and omnivores. To not stay on the religious science or religious aspects of teaching, I go straight to the science of who we all are. In the same way, out is the same way in. So people have to stop worrying themselves to death. I don't want to go to hell. Well, don't get dropped in a volcano. How about that? You gonna let somebody take you to the top of a volcano and throw you in? No. You be kicking and screaming the whole way. But people used to do that, you know. Out of their own daggone ignorance and not knowing nothing about nature. When you're getting ruled over by a cold-hearted, cold-blooded being that's a snowflake in a body. Your cold Celsius degrees temperature. Y'all hear me talking about it all the time. When people go to college to get their degrees, I ask them, did you get a degree in fairness, which is fair in height? Or did you get a degrees in Celsius, where you want to see us in cells? Where they keep putting black people at? In cells, in prison. And isn't it ice cold in the prison with the concrete walls? And where is the land of Crete? Who comes from Crete? Ash, star, burnt out, burnt up. How do you burn up? When the sun hits your pale white reflective skin, white or clear glass reflects or refracts light, means it splits it. So when the sun hits the white skin, it hits a clear skin, and the clear skin splits the light, but the light energy hitting the skin is bombarding it so much, it starts to split the skin and tear it open because it's too much. And now with our ozone layer being depleted because of these beings, right? Now they're getting ready to get burnt up right in front of you. So they're going to be walking around with blisters all over their body. And they're going to be peeling. And they know that time is soon. So they have to hurry up and become one with androids and robots and be cyborgs. So they can still tell me and you what to do before we are given back the planet. Because the planet, the surface of the planet, is supposed to be taken care of by us. They can go back in the caves and live. They just don't want to. They don't want to because they know they got to fight the Deros down there, and they got to fight Teros. They got to go through battles with the Dewani. They don't want that because they ain't gonna do nothing be put in slavery by those beings. Those beings know what they are. They don't want them there. I'm trying to tell you the truth. We are all ETs on this planet. A particle in a body is definitely extraterrestrial because we're extra from the stars to the planet Terra or to this galaxy. We came in on waves. And we're going to leave out on waves too. You got to make sure you're not heavy. You didn't accumulate too many bad memories while you're here that you hold on to. Don't hold on to the bad. Let go of it so that you can leave. Leave as in leaf on a tree when it falls. It leaves the tree, but it's also a leaf. And the word leaf backwards is what? Feel. So you come down here so you can what? Feel. Whew, man, let me tell you. Everything I have said tonight has been given to me through thought to tell you. And you can take it as a grain of salt if you like until you're ready to accept the reality of nature. Caucasians do not run nature. They've been running nature as long as they've been running us. We allow them to cut all the trees down. We allow them to put all this concrete everywhere. We allow them to create cars that run off of fuel that burns and puts certain poisonous gases into the air, and then we wonder why we're going crazy. We allow them to abort our babies. We allow them to give us vaccines. We allow them to feed us. And we want to know where the next gift is coming from. We wait on it. We wait on our government checks. We wait on our checks every week. Every week. Weak. Who wants to be weak? How long are we going to be living in the week? When are we going to stop partying after we're weakened on the weekend? When? Because that's when we're going to see it. You can't see it as long as you're comfortable in your misery. Isn't misery supposed to be the show me state? But as long as they got us living in misery, and misery loves company, we don't want them to show us nothing. We just running around harking on each other. Niggas is killing niggas. We dogs now. We got to be L's again. L's. You can pronounce it ill if you want to, but I'm not ill, as in ILL. I'm part of the elements. Y'all are part of the elements. Element, Eli meant the mentality of Eli, the mentality of God, the mentality of El, the mentality of Anu, the mentality of the sun, the mentality of the galaxy, the mentality of the quantum field in a body. So while we keep playing around, everybody's playing around is going to end up in the ground or cremated. Everybody that's for real about fixing this stuff is going to get on their job and they're going to start fixing it. And the first thing that you have to fix is how the brain thinks. Master teacher took us through several schools of thought, which is schools of Tahuti, temples of Tahuti. I explain it like this all the time. We didn't build churches back in the days or schools. We built universities and temples because we were learning about the universe in our universities, and we were learning about how to think in temples. And don't they call the left and right side of the head or skull where your temple is? Right? And in music, they got something called a tempo, which is your pace. How fast something is going. We can control the tempo with the temple. We used to have meetings of the mind in the temples that we built, which is why it was very important when we moved into a certain landmass in ancient Tamaray that we erected a temple so that the brothers can meet in that temple and decide what? The fate of the world. Just like the Justice League meets and they all sit down at the table and decide the fate of the world and the galaxy. That was us. And then we made moves to benefit us all. The stories that you have in the Bible and in the Quran about things going on and taking place, that stuff is historical evidence that have been jumbled around to confuse me and you about who we are as the gods in the book. We are the gods in the Bible. But we've learned to start worshiping something outside of our view, outside of our overstanding and reasoning ability. We don't even know what it is we call upon. You worship Jesus, that means you're going to war for Jesus. Remember the good ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins was the captain of when it was bringing African slaves over here and Nubians from the islands over here? Because they didn't all come from Africa. That's a trick. And then we had copper-colored people already here called Native Americans, Indigenous Americans, the descendants of the mound builders. We were already here. And they ain't do nothing but bring a bunch of treachery with them. Because Europe was full of criminals that had come out of the mountains. Y'all heard the stories? Y'all know the caveman used to hit his woman upside the head and take her vortex, her vagina. Take it. Not us. We had rituals and rites, ceremonies, and we treated ours as our equal. And she wasn't manipulated by no Caucasoid back then. Our women were proud to be who and what they are. And they were proud to help shape and mold the sons of man, the sons of the sun. They were proud of it. Until she got with that daggone Hyksos, that Tamahu, that Caucasoid, the dead body. She got with a dead body. A real life zombie is a Caucasian. Caucus is a dead body. Asian is the species they stem from. So the dying version of the Hindu man. The Hindu Asiatic is their god. We are the god of the Asiatic. The nappy-headed man is the god of the Asiatic. Thank you, Brother Randy. Appreciate you for that free will offering. But that's what's going on. So we're not the Asiatic black man. We're before the Asiatic black man. The Asiatic came out of your gene pool, out of the recessiveness of your genes. When they came in from the star system Nirvana, we had to breathe them in. Temperatures changed on the planet because it was a what? Change in cycles. It was a change in cycles. How do you think Utnapishtim knew the flood was coming? Change in cycles. Somebody sneezed and caught a cold for the first time that we had ever seen. Sickness started spreading on the land because it was changing. There were different elements in the air being breathed in, which means there were different elements, meaning there were different minds in the air, different mentalities in the air coming in from other galaxies. And we breathed them in, and then we gave birth to them. And then out comes the albino. White as a snowflake. Pale. I really hope everybody understands I'm not making this up. The minute we had given birth to them as beings, they had to stay in underground cities. Sun was even too much for them. And then where we used to smelt most of our metal, meaning melt it down and shape it, was underground in Ur of Chaldea, Ur. So a lot of melting metal went on. A lot of cattle were down there helping keep the fire hot so that we can melt this metal. And a lot of craftsmanship was done in Ur. That came out of Ur and started spreading all over the world. But you got to remember, Ur and the Chaldeans were ancient Sumerians or the descendants of the Sumerians. Was it Sumerians or Sumerian or Sumeria? Also the word wait. Wait is also something you say when you want somebody to stop moving. Wait, hold up. You think we didn't have craftsmanship before then? We was going to the war with the first Nirvanians that had developed. The stories of Enlil and Enki. The ruler of the earth and then the ruler of the mountain plains. They said he was the ruler of the skies because where the skies touch down is the mountains. Don't you see the clouds in the mountains all the time? So whoever lives at the top of the mountain is living in heaven, but a level of heaven. Mountains are the first skyscrapers. Enlil learned how to make and plant and live off of pine trees in the mountains, where we were living off the land, and the gold was good. Because after 6,000 years, new gold germinates on the planet. New gold is produced in the soil. But only an alchemist and a chemist knows how to pull that gold out of the soil. You don't know how to cook dirt. You got to learn how to cook it to separate certain metals from the dirt. What do you think monatomic gold is? And then you got to take that gold from its particle state or atomic state, and then you got to get it to bond together to form nuggets, gold nuggets, whether it's white gold or yellow gold or orange gold. You got to be a chemist and an alchemist. Henceforth, Ereshkigal and Nergal. Alchemist, Nergal, chemist, Ereshkigal. And who are the best cooks on the planet today? Nubian women. If you're a cook, you're a chemist. This goes all the way back eons ago, and it's still in our mitochondria, it's still in our blood. Make no mistake about it, you still have the ability to do these things. It just has to be set free. It's not going to be set free as long as you think you got to serve somebody. Like you're a waiter. And remember, I said waiting is holding up. Are you a waiter or are you a doer? That's your question. The answer for yourself. We gonna wait on them to give us reparations, or are we going to repair our nation? We are the reparations for this land, because the only thing they can give us is land, family. That's the only thing that makes sense. Nothing else is going to repair our people's thinking but land. And then when we get the land, we have to have the ability to give each other a helping hand and work to cultivate and develop the land. And teach chemistry, and teach alchemy, and teach metallurgy, and teach engineering, and teach electromagnetism and magnetism. We can't all become preachers. We can't do it. I mean, you can, but you find yourself running in circles. You find yourself wanting to go back into the matrix like Cypher on the Matrix. Cypher wanted to go right back in. And then he said, I don't want to remember anything. I want to be rich and I want to be powerful and I don't want to remember anything. Listen to that. The key. I don't want to remember. This is many of us today. We don't want to remember. It's too painful. The stuff that I'm talking about is highly painful to some people. People be wanting to shut up because you're making too much daggone sense. And sense is science. Science and sense go hand in hand with the senses or the feelings or the Census Bureau. Counting the numbers amongst us. We got to get our common science back, our higher natural science back. Chemistry is one of them, family. Chemistry. Now, if you can cook a good meal in the kitchen, you ought to be able to extract gold and silver and platinum and other metals in an atomic state out of the dirt in the soil. Right now, it's fresh gold on the planet. Right now. How do I know? Because it takes 6,000 years, family, for real gold to germinate on the planet. So the real gold is here. Why do you think a world war is getting ready to happen? Because people are getting ready to fight and start murdering over land again so they can get access to that gold. That's one of the reasons. They know. They know what I'm talking about. Is it not the sun cycle? Is it not the sun cycle? That means 6,000 years passed. It's not the moon cycle anymore, so there's fresh gold on the planet for the taking for Nubian people. But we don't have no land. You know how much energy and resources that these new metals is going to bring to us? Ain't going to bring us nothing if we don't know nothing about it. So people can continue calling me stupid. I don't give a damn. I know what I'm talking about. The master teacher knew what he was talking about. We ought to be ready to go get it. But we can't take off work long enough. And when we take off work, we take a vacation. Because we plan on going back. Is anybody on this line interested in trading and sharing as a living, for a living?
Absolutely.
Thank you, First Elder. Thank you. Anybody else?
You know, it's funny, man. It's funny, brother Q. I was just having that conversation with one of my brothers a couple weeks ago about how, you know, that's the way we're transitioning as we speak. You know, we're moving back into, you know what I'm saying, the barter system, you know, like you call, you know, like you say, like sharing, you know what I'm saying? Because that's the only way, you know, we're going to have peace back on this planet is by getting rid of, like you said, the moonies, you know what I'm saying? So,
you got it.
Yeah, I fully agree, brother.
Hey,
you,
Q.
big bro. Go ahead, big bro.
Hey, I kind of missed the last thing you say. What you agree with?
Oh, okay. I was saying, do you agree with sharing and trading as a new living system for our people?
It's going to go like that regardless. Just doing it now, really.
It's absolutely, absolutely.
People are actually doing it now. It's funny you say that. They're doing it now. You know, because of the prices, you know, they trade now because stuff is so high. You know,
that's right.
So, hey, people learn how to survive when it gets real. It's getting real out here, man.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, it's happening now. So
yeah, and you know, this whole cryptocurrency thing is sort of like the transition because they moved away from that paper money system, you know, through the cashless society into a crypto society, which is basically you're basically trusting that your digital funds is really moving. So basically, you're moving right into a barter system. Eventually, it's going to be, you know, we're going to go back to the matriarch system where, you know, we got Big Mama, you know what I'm saying? We got the elders, you know what I'm saying? And we got the, you know what I'm saying? We're doing for the children and the elderly, and the men are doing what we got to do to protect and teach and do what we do. And you know, everything's going to go back to that type of environment, and we're going to be sharing. And everybody, you ain't going to have to worry about buying a house or buying a vehicle or buying shit. First of all, we're gonna be able to create these things for ourselves anyway. We're not gonna have the same type of cribs like you see in today. You know, it's like I say, it's gonna be a biological, ecological, balanced world.
Who controls the crypt?
The dead.
They got us going into cryptocurrency. Can we control it?
No, you can't control it.
because it's computerized. What do their computers run off of? It ain't what our computers run off of. Our computers run off of blood and mitochondria and energy. Their computers run off of binary code that somebody has to program into it. So I want to know who's controlling the crypt so that we can create our own form of currency. If we're going to do digital, we got to do it our way. We have to have our own path. We have to. If we don't, then they can shut, put it like this. You know what I know. They can cut us off at any time. Right now, while we talking on YouTube, they can just hit the switch. And we'll just be going, what happened? What happened? They cut us. We got to be able to control it. We need our control back. They give us too much that we think, and this ain't to you, First Elder. This is just a general statement. They give us a whole lot that we think we can control until we can't. And then we have a serious problem on our hands. So I want us to be able to control our own destiny, control our own fate. We keep letting them do it, man. As far as I know, we'll be turning into werewolves in a minute. As long as they keep the mothership subdued the way they got her, the children are the crafts that are going to fail. And they're going to keep failing and failing, which is falling. And they're going to fall right out the sky. So I want to make sure our children learn how to fly without having to go through their school systems. I don't know if anybody can remember this, but when Joe Biden was vice president, he was talking about giving Black people reparations, but he wouldn't give Black people reparations without giving Native Americans reparations. As if we ain't the Native Americans. Trying to separate us again. Why do they do that? Because clarity, clear structures or obstructions refract light. All they know how to do is separate. They don't know how to bring us together. All they know how to do is separate us. They separate the light. We collect the light and harness the light. Henceforth, the color black really doesn't exist. It's the color violet, which is why brown is produced. You really wouldn't have the color brown if it wasn't for no violet or no reddish hue. You wouldn't have it. So they keep on separating things as if they're doing the right thing, and by their law of nature, they are. They're separating things because that's what they're here to do. They're supposed to. That's what they do best. What we do best is we bring it together. And we learn how to harness and utilize what we've brought together. They can't teach us that. They can't teach us nothing no more. If we keep listening to them, I'll take that back. They can teach us their version of chemistry, but we have to use it in our way. We can't look at what they teach us and then think about it the way they think about it, because they're still running around going, certain things are impossible. This is impossible. That's impossible. This has never been done before. They're lying. That's all they do. They lie because lying is the truth to them. Our truth is a lie to them, which is why when we say, we the ancient Egyptians, who you think get mad? It's Caucasians that get mad at us. Y'all ain't the ancient Egyptians. Then they go do movies upon movies upon movies where they are the ancient Egyptians, and they keep on putting it inside the children's brains that the ancient Egyptians was Caucasian. We know better, but our babies don't unless we tell them. We tell them, and then they still watch the movies and see, and then they start to think about the Caucasian against their mommy and daddy because they think the Caucasian is telling the truth. Why? Because the Caucasian can put it on a TV image and tell a lie right to the vision instead of you, like we do, mouth to ear, and we teach the children, don't listen to them, baby. Don't do this, don't do that, baby. And they hear you. They know you mean well, but what did they learn from the video game? That the person in power isn't mommy and daddy. The person in power, the one that has all the control, looks pale. They don't have color unless it's in their fur called hair mistakenly. This is what we got to, this is the game right now, what we're up against. The war we're in is a mental war for the minds of our children. We keep sending them to school because we think they can't be nothing without the degrees they get from college. We have to have our own college, our own university, and we can't let Dr. Umar Johnson suck no more money out of people talking about he building a school when you know damn well he ain't. It don't take 15, 20 years to build no school, nigga. Who you think you fooling?
Creflo Dollar.
He became that though. You know, he started out a good dude, man, and then all of a sudden he lost sight. Why? Because of niggas. The nigga started getting mad at black people, so he didn't care no more. That's my opinion. I think he just started getting upset with us and started using us. So people that get used to siphon the money off of the people and don't do nothing productive with it, come on, man. That's why we keep suffering. Those are the black devils. We got to really have something to do with it, which is to buy land, transfer the negative currency into a positive currency, which is productive currency. Not destructive, but constructive. We need to start having, what do they call that when Green Lantern shoots light out of his ring? They call those constructs. We need to get constructive. We the master builders. We need to teach our children, hey, this is where you need to go. If you go to school, you're not going to the university to learn how to talk. You're going to what you call a trade school, because we just got done talking about trading. So go to a trade school and learn a trade so that you can start your own company. That's what we got to, I mean, this is what I'm teaching my sons. Y'all don't have to do nothing I'm saying. I'm telling you, I teach my sons, you don't have to go to college, but I do want you to go to a trade school and learn a trade. You learn a trade, then you can go into business for yourself. You don't have to keep answering the master. You can become your own master or own leader, and then you can learn to teach people your trade, your people your trade, so you can have plenty of quality employees, because your employees and the people that work under you, they should be your students first. You teach them. Teach them your electricity, teach them your plumbing, teach them your construction, teach them the building, and then they help you. You get to learn who they is just by being their teacher in the craft. Because they're going to show you. You're going to be able to help fix some people's mentality and some you ain't. But with a trade, we can get back into trading. That's what I mean. This is what I recommend that's going to help. I just recommend it though. Ain't nobody got to do it. I just feel like it'll help. Then we can own the electric companies. We don't have to keep paying the electric bill. We can provide free energy for people with skills like this. Can't provide no free energy to a person if you ain't got no skills. Because all we think about helping is when, you know, how much money you need. You ain't gonna always be able to give me no money. Money don't belong to us. We just use it. I would love for us to start being able to produce. Me included, myself. I am not exempt from this hard work that I'm talking about. I have to work just as hard as everybody else, but I'm willing to. I'm definitely willing to. I just don't want to be taken advantage of by no niggerdom. I'm not. I'm trying to have nobody treating me like a piece of dirt while I'm working to get my, intelligence up. It's not fair. Get over there and do this, nigga. Mush, work, move your heart, just move that strong back, nigga. I ain't trying to be around no dude like that, man. Are you? This is why we stay away from each other, because we know we mentally ill. This is why. Black people will not answer to black people because we know when black people get a taste of power, it goes to their head. So you got to have people that are equipped with the right type of spirit. I will not answer to somebody that's not spiritually inclined to lead. You just want to lead so you can smack somebody upside the head. You'll be no different than Mark Brady. No different. Telling people they stupid and stuff. Wake up, you dummy. You're slow. Give me your money. You don't know what to do with it anyway. That is not what I want to follow through. Huh?
You don't know what to do with it?
That's what he said. He said we didn't know what to do with our money while we the ones with homes and consistently can stay in them while he running around not having one and don't even know what to do with his cell phone. Like, this is the kind of madness. I don't want us ever going through this again with nobody. And for people that dodged Mark Brady, then you dodged a bullet. You dodged a bullet. Because he's a madman. Talking about he love everybody with his mouth. Then he get off the phone and be like, man, them niggas get on my nerves. I know what he do. I'm not falling for that no more. No sirree, Bob. Any man acting like that towards us, get away from him. You feel me?
Roger's back.
That's right. Greetings. Great things is what we wish upon each other. Not none of that control. I ain't trying to control nobody. But if I was a supervisor, I wouldn't want a bunch of lazy niggas either. So it's like a catch-23, catch-22, catch-24. Hut. That's what it's like, bro. This is like a sifting to find the divine ones who really want to get it done in a mature fashion. Excuse me. Because I'm not the only one that doesn't want to work with a bunch of ignorant fools. I know y'all don't either. Why would anybody want to? But you know what the catch to this is? Everybody thinks that they're not an ignorant fool. You get out there with somebody that's so sincere one day, oh man, I want what you want. Then y'all get out there and work together and can't work together. Come on, man, can you get around on that side? Help me pick this up. Man, my back is hurting. Be like, dang, you just got out here today. How your back hurting already? Or do you just not want to lift this with me? I ain't trying to go through that with nobody, man. I want somebody to be willing to put in some hard-earned work with me. Not doing what I say, working with me. The master teacher had cats doing it, and they did it for the master teacher because they thought the master teacher was going to be able to do what? Save everybody in the world. They put all their burdens on him. Told him who they thought he was every day. You Jesus, Pop. You, I know you the man, Pop. You doing all this. instead of just wanting to produce. And that ain't everybody, you know, I'm just talking about the ones that did it. People that didn't do it, I ain't talking about you. Honorable Elijah Muhammad was able to get a few of us to help build, but then the corruption started, right? Same with Garvey. We always can get a few good spirits, but when are the corrupt spirits gonna stay the F out of what we doing? Because even the corrupt spirits want to be saved, or they think they do. And they'll get right on in the way of somebody that really deserves it. And y'all know it. They get right on in the way. Be standing in the line, and then some corrupt dude to come up and stand right in front of you, and you'd have been standing in line for 3 hours. And you be like, move, man. I've been here. And you ain't supposed to say nothing because you humble and got a good heart. I'm supposed to just let this guy do it? Yeah, that's what they want. That's what a corrupt spirit will call you on. Oh, you supposed to be a good nigga, man. Go on, man. Let me get in front of you. Man, what? Get your ass out of here, man. Don't take my kindness for weakness. A corrupt spirit will do that. Push you down. They'll push you over. They'll think that you soft and you weak. This nigga soft. How many times have you heard that just because you're a humble dude and you want to see everybody do good? Sibling rivalries. That's Cain and Abel, Asar and Set, Enlil and Enki, Jesus and Judas. All them stories. Count them. That's what it is. That's in our blood. That's in our DNA. We have to be the ones to stop it. Can't be in competition no more with our brothers. We just can't. That's something we're gonna have to get out of our souls. And we're working on it, child by child. So I'll constantly tell my sons, I don't want to see y'all fight. Learn how to talk. I tell my youngest son, learn to respect your older brother. And then right when if I'm disciplining my oldest son, I discipline my youngest son at the same time. My youngest son be looking at me going, I didn't even do nothing. I'd be like, yeah, but if I don't say nothing now, you will. And I'll be like, you ain't in trouble. Just listen to me. That's what I have to tell him. I have to make sure he know he ain't in trouble. But while I'm scolding your brother for doing this, you're going to get scolded too, because I don't want you to ever do it. I'm not going to hit nobody. I didn't hit nobody. I just told you I don't do this no more. It wasn't me, Dad. It could be you. Shut your mouth and listen. I have to teach them like that now. But they get along a whole lot better. And they 5 years apart. One landed, and then the other one landed 5 years later. And then neither one of my children came here by mistake. Me and my wife both planned both of them. And it was all her agreement. She wanted babies. She wanted the children. So I gave them to her. Now we both got children, but it was an agreement that I didn't take full angle on as the owner of it, and she didn't either. We both know they both ours, and that's how we treat them. We don't play the mom and pop's game, none of that. We teach them together. And we don't let them both have the same thing either. So my oldest son, he got stuff that my youngest son don't have. And I told my youngest son, why? You don't have it yet because you don't deserve it yet. You got to earn it. Why he get everything? Define everything, son. What is that? He be looking at me with a confused face. You know what I mean? I'm like, no, you know what you mean. Now tell me. What is everything? And then he'd be like, he get to do whatever he want to do. And I'm like, son, how old are you? Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm like, no, answer the question. I'm trying to avoid it now. How old are you? Oh, I'm 13. How old is your brother? 18. I said, there you go. Certain things he went through that you haven't. You ain't 18 yet. That's why you ain't got everything he got. Wait your turn. Quit rushing it. So my dad used to tell me, father time, son, father time. You ain't supposed to have it all. You wouldn't know what to do with it if you did have it. Just like a dog chasing after a car. When a dog catches the car, he don't know what to do. Just be sitting there looking stupid, barking at the car. You done caught it now. And you better be glad you don't catch the front end of it. So stay in your lane is what I teach them. Everything in due time. There's a time and a place for everything. So I'll make sure they know it. And don't hate each other for it. I had one of them upbringings like that. I had a cousin that got everything. My grandmother gave him everything. And I didn't know why. My dad tried to explain it to me, but favoritism is a motherfucker. Favoritism will mess your brain up, man. And you ain't got nobody in the family wise enough to explain to you what's going on. I used to clearly ask my dad, why did Big Mama love him so much? It ain't that I don't love him. I'm just wondering how come when the holidays come, he get everything. My dad never said define everything. He never said that. He just tried to break it to me to the best of his ability. And the most common things that he said that made sense was, well, son, you know, I'm her oldest son, and your cousin belongs to her youngest daughter. It made sense to me later. I got it. Back then, I didn't care. I was like, this shit ain't right. It ain't right. It didn't stop me from loving my grandmother or my cousin. I just had a complex growing up, which is, it's very complex. It's a complex situation for you not to understand why your grandmother can't love you equally. When I got older, I figured it out. But these are things that plague the bloodline. They plague the mitochondrial DNA within you before you have a child. So then when your child grows up, they grow up with the same worries and woes that you had as a child because you didn't correct it. You didn't clean the mess up like the Messiah you were born to be. Most of y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all go through these struggles with your siblings and you don't understand why they get to do things that you couldn't do. Some of y'all are designed to make messes, which is create problems, and you have genius children that come in to fix it. And what you're doing is, it's not about you, it ain't about the family, it's about the all. It's about the quantum field working out a problematic equation through the DNA of the family. You'll be like, how come I got 30 crackheads in my family and only 10 teachers and 3 scholars? Because the all chose your family to have that equation to figure out. Somebody's gonna have to break the generational curse, they say. Somebody got to be the genius. Somebody got to be the one to say, all right, enough is enough. And when you get the calling to say enough is enough, the calling is the quantum particles that go inside your brain and it allows you to compute an answer. As soon as you compute that answer, then you can solve it. But you're not going to always be able to bring the answer to the people in your family and tell them, hey, I got the answer. They don't give a shit. They stuck in the rut that they in. They don't want to hear you talk about how good you is. So what you end up having to do is what we're doing. You have to end up talking to people like you. And then they end up becoming your spiritual family, your galactic spiritual family, not your church family. They're the family that the ethers sent into existence that can bond with you on a game plan to make whatever plan that the all has for you, us, to come into fruition. We have to be the ones to work on it. Us. Everybody that's like us, we have to work on it. You can't be somebody that's not like us and think you're going to jump in the bag. I'm getting on that shit. You got to be like us first. Otherwise, we're going to tell you to go drive your own shit. Drive your own shit. You ain't going to mess ours up and steer it into a glacier like the Titanic. I'm just being silly. Anybody got anything they want to add? I can't really see no in the comments on YouTube. Is anybody on YouTube that can see if anybody asks a question? Young Elder said he was taking a nap, so I know he not looking. Anybody else? Am I still on?
Yeah, you still on.
Oh, okay. I got my phone in my pocket. I can't really see. I was just loading up. Hold on real quick. Let me see if I can check it. Check the live stream real quick.
You ever check it too?
communicate with my brother elders. Also, to mention one thing, in this day and time, if you are an elder from the past, meaning from the 70s, and you walked with the master teacher, and you ain't never heard most of this stuff, or you heard some of it but couldn't process some of it, you're still here so that you can get clarity on it before you leave. Okay? But I wouldn't worry about, me personally, I wouldn't worry about heaven and hell as an aspect of a place you go for good behavior and things like that, or bad behavior. That's just like believing in Santa Claus, not awarding you presents on Christmas because you was bad all year. That's exactly what that's like. We have to quit falling for things like that, and we have to learn to want to just be good. We have to learn to want to just be positive to our people. It's something that should come natural to you, and you should not be forced to be a good person. If you're being forced to be good, then you're not good. It's as simple as that. That's why I never needed a Bible to treat people right. I only needed one thing to be told to me, and that's treat people how you want to be treated. Once I was told that as a child, I figured it out. What I didn't figure out was why people were still running around doing people dirty. That didn't make sense at all. That didn't make no sense to me. I said, man, if that's the golden rule right there, how come people can't do it? Too much karma or negative energy that they're trying to fix from the past lives or from the gene pool. Too much. All right. Any other elders got anything they want to say, man, before I get on up off of here? Talking to everybody goes to sleep. All right. Well, Wadu and I should to the family. I'm gonna go ahead and get on up off of here.
Well, I do. I should.
Hey y'all, hey, thank y'all for tuning in, man. We're gonna come back tomorrow. Get in on this, man. Shit, man. I don't know what, at least I got it recorded.